Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Education and Learning Committee. Now, this meeting is being live streamed and recorded and will be made available for viewing through our Council's website. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you are not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute, and if you are in the hall, you can do this on your phone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members, and no material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function, and then join. And when you rejoin the meeting, so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. Now, we have several reports, important reports to consider today, and I anticipate we will deal with the business in our usual efficient manner. Tracy, can you provide the sedurant and any apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, members. We've currently got 20 members present in total, 10 members present in person at Kimchill HQ, being the Chair, Councillors Dougie Campbell, Councillor Dorward, Councillor Jameson, Councillor Lowe, Councillor Scobie, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Stitt, Councillor Wilson, and we've also got Thomas Payne from the Youth Council present in person. We've got 10 members present on the Teams platform, being Councillors Brodie, Councillor Dashper, Councillor Hagman, who is a substitute today, Councillor Hill, Councillor Ingalls, Councillor Little, Councillor McCammon, and we've also got Mel McGill, Anne Barber, Robert McQuiston, also present on Teams. I've got 2 apologies from Councillor Wood and Teacher Rep Julie Irvin, and I've got 9, sorry, that's not correct, I've got not present at the start of the meeting. I've got Councillors Carruthers, Councillor Dempster has indicated that he'll join the meeting later, not present Councillor McGregor, Stuart Clement, Laura Moody, Sam Scobie, and also our other youth councillor, Finlay Anderson, will join the meeting later, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy, and I approve of members' remote participation. Do any members have a declaration of interest they wish to make? Councillor McCannon.
Sorry, Chair, it was just a quick message to say that Councillor McGregor is travelling and she hopes to join us soon.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Yep, it's just in relation to item 9, although not specifically mentioned, to reference a statement of connection as the employer's side and co-chair of the SNCT. I think it's pertinent that I just make that clear. It's not relevant specifically and it's not mentioned, but just as I say, because we're talking about workforce, etc., as the co-chair of the SNCT, I think it's relevant to declare that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hagman. Now I'll now move to item 3, the minutes of the previous meeting. Sorry, Councillor Stitt.
Thanks, Chair. It's just on at the last meeting when we were discussing Dumfries and Learning Town, I brought up about the chart that was sent out with schools that had received, were getting LEAP funding, and 3 of them were classed as A, and I think Lauren was going to take it back and have it check it out for us. Is there any feedback from that?
Do we have any feedback? Director.
Thank you very much. Lan will be joining us later at the DLT item. I do recall that. Apologies for that, Councillor Stitt. And I know that we did communicate with Scottish Government, and perhaps we could give Lauren the heads up that we'll ask him that question when we get to the item 12. Thank you.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you. Now, can we approve the minutes of the meeting held on the 30th of November 2023? I take that as an approval. Thank you. Item 4, Education and Learning Revenue Budget. Monitoring Report 2023 to 24 for the period ending 31st of December 23, and the report by Director of Skills, Education and Learning. Colin Pentland is here to assist if members have any questions, as are Jim Brown and John Thin for specific questions relating to the budgets or their services of the services. Now, I will open up the meeting to members' debate. Do we have any questions? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I've actually got 2 questions. Do you want me to ask them at the same time?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I've got 2 questions. Would you like me to ask them at the same time?
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's grand. So there's several points in the assisted learning support budget where there is a lack of staffing, as far as I can make out. And there seems to be areas where the staff is needed and crucial, and I'm looking at behavioural. How long does it take to fill these positions and then carry out whatever training requirements are needed? What are the children and staff supposed to do in the meantime? Surely this will be causing further issues with the recruitment and retention. And also several committees now where I've asked the question about funding being broached, and the answer's always been that funding issues. There is not a funding issue, but a better need to manage expectations. Do these figures not show that the department actually needs more money within these budgets? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Jim Brown, can you help us with this one? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I believe that what these are is, I think you mentioned that it's the delay in recruitment rather than necessarily, as you said, a skills shortage or a shortage of funding. I think it's just a delay. In terms of what the young people do, we have to stick to SNCT guidelines in terms of pupil to teacher ratios, so those will be met at all times.
Thank you. And does that help you, Councillor Stevenson?
I'm just worried that there's a massive overspend there in the assisted supported learner generic support. So surely that's, if we then had recruited all the other staff that we need, we would have an even bigger funding problem. So do we need more funding in that or not? Thanks.
Jim, did you understand that question?
I think so. I think my understanding is you're saying, look, you've not allocated those staff, which we have budget for, but you've got an additional payment in the overspend. So no, I think those are 2 separate points. So we would have the money set aside for the people we haven't yet recruited. I think is that the question?
What I was getting at is if we had recruited in those places and we also had this overspend, then we would need more money available within the assisted learning supporting learners budget. So do we need more money in the assisted learner supporting learners budget? Thanks.
I think this year we have recognised this year and moving forward that as a consequence of lockdown, there is a spike of young people with additional needs that is moving through the system, and because of that we have looked at the additional need, and as you say, yes, there is an additional requirement that we are considering temporary in nature initially. In terms of the longer term, that's where the framework for inclusion and strengthening practice will meet the need. So it's yes is the answer to your question.
Thank you, Jim. Councillor Jamieson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I concur with Councillor Stevenson, I think is something that the members of this committee have had real concern with since I've been here, and to the credit of the officials, they've responded to everything we've asked for in terms of review. Later on in this agenda, there is a specific look at ASN, which shall cover some of this stuff as well. I think what Jim's comment was quite correct. There's a rising number of children needing assisted support, that's very clear. And that's been a gradual process which has been exacerbated by COVID, but it's still gradually rising. And I know through the budget panel there's an acceptance that we need more money. It's not just about numbers, as Jim has often reminded us, it's about retention as well as attracting. We need to retain these good people, we need to train them, we need to get them on good contracts that give them security, that they're going to be there for a while, to give us the confidence to put the effort into training them. But we can't shy away from the fact that this is a real issue that we have to grasp as councillors and officials, and with budget constraints we need to be prioritising, and I'd like to think this is a priority, short term and longer term. So I think the officials have recognised that we need to match. We need to get a budget that matches the needs as far as possible, with a connection with the budget pressures. But I would add that £1 spent now will probably give us £10 coming forward with better outcomes, better positive destinations, a better staff profile that are more committed. And I think that the measures that have been taken have recognised the feelings of members, and hopefully we can take that forward in the future. But I do agree with Councillor Stevenson that it's been an issue that needs to be addressed, but I'm hoping it is being addressed, and all that we would ask is that we're kept very much aware of the progress. My own hunch is the extra money that is short term, over 2 or 3 years. It may be that proves the case that we need that sort of funding in this area for a longer period of time, but the proof will be in the pudding. So I'm supportive of what the professionals are doing, but it's very, very high on the list of I think all members, but I know about Councillor Stevens and myself have been banging this drum for a while.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson, and I think we all share your concerns on this matter. Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, Chair, I'm grateful for Councillor Stevenson raising this issue, because if you do look at it, the generic, that's generic support, it's actually nearly £500,000 short, and it's mitigated by the others that are underspent. That gets to the figure of 280,000 as the pressure point to the top of the page. Where it talks about supporting learners. So it's actually almost £500,000 that is needed for the general support, and Jim has recognised that, which again I'm grateful for, but we need to play our part. There is another item 11, where there'll be a greater talk on this particular issue, I'm sure. So, Director.
Thanks very much, and just to reaffirm that this overspend was projected at the last committee, and so it remains a pressure, and we continue to focus our efforts on this, but it was reported to members both in the finance report and in the ASN inclusion report at the last committee in November. Thank you.
Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members, and happy Robert Burns Day, everybody. Despite the fact this is the education and learning, there will be no requirement to quote the Bard when you're speaking, but I thought just to remind he's a local hero, so happy Robert Burns Day. Back to business. 4.8, page 24, pressure on transport for children with additional support needs. We are aware of this, it has been trailed. There's a question though about sustainability and costs going forward. But the question is there equivalency in other rural areas and urban areas for that matter across Scotland? And how sustainable is this increase going forward? How do we propose to manage this going forward? We have agreed that the budget needs to increase this financial year, but how sustainable is that going forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. Director.
Thank you, and we are aware that the budgets for additional support for learning transport are under pressure across Scotland and indeed in England and Wales, and recent national reporting has highlighted that for a number of reasons. And I think you could identify the cost of transport in addition to the increase in number of children. So taken together, there are considerable pressures, and again, we have reported that, we've mitigated that within the education and learning budget, although it's a community's are the budget holder. We have mitigated that with the support of our colleagues. We've also undertaken work alongside elected members in terms of audit, and we will continue to review every child who requires transport. Our processes were found to be robust through internal audit, but there are more kids and it's more expensive.
Thank you. Does that help, Councillor Dorward? Thank you. As there are no further questions or comments, we will move to recommendations. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hagman, would like to come in?
No, apologies, Chair. I was a bit slow in putting my hand up. It's just a question, and apologies, as it was noted at the start, I'm substituting today. So it is a while since I've sat on the Education Committee. I'm just looking page 27 at the bottom line there. There's a line in terms of music instruction, and those of you who would have known me will know that this is a subject that I bring up often and regularly. So my question is, and I appreciate I'm maybe taking the liberty at this point because this is a budget monitoring report, but can I just ask when the next update will be coming to committee, because I've had a look back and I can't see exactly when we last had an annual update, and there's nothing on the forward plan, but I believe it's well over a year since there's been any report to committee. And is this something that we're going to be having coming forward? Because as I say, I don't see it on the forward plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hagman. Do we have an update coming forward?
We do not have an update coming forward, but I'm more than that I'm aware of. But I'm more than happy to consider the point you make, Councillor Hagman, and respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hagman. Now, is there Councillor Jamieson?
Yeah, apologies again. I'm looking at page 24, 4.4. It's regarding long-term absences and sick leave, and I know there's been a lot of thought put into that, again, in terms of efficiency of funding and resources. So I wonder what the adjustment to the formula applied to schools, could you expand on that a little, 4.4? Also, with more specifically, and Katie's subject on comment on music, I'm looking at more specialist teaching cover, things like maths and physics and things like that, how we manage to cover that, because I know it's a real challenge, and it's often things that parents bring up about non-specialist teachers, and I know, having talked to Jim and principal teachers, it's a challenge. So I'm just wondering what you mean by the allocation process and the adjustment of formula to cover for sickness and long-term absence.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, you.
I will take the first part of the question, if that's okay. As part of the budget setting process when allocating resources to the schools, there's an allowance built in of a 1% funding to fund the long-term sickness. That 1% was increased as part of that review up to 1.75%. So therefore, 1.75% of the budget is retained to fund the staff for the long-term sickness, and that was the decision that was made as part of the budget setting process this financial year.
Thank you. Does that help, Councillor Jamieson?
My second question is, how do we cover specialist subjects where pupils may be affected by a long-term absence of a crucial teacher, a very important teacher within a school, especially for senior pupils that are maybe heading towards exams? It can be quite a stressful time for all concerned, and principal teachers will be under a lot of pressure from parents and themselves, actually, to get an appropriate person in front of children. So how big a challenge is that, and what can we do to, I hate the word mitigate, but I'm going to use it, mitigate against that?
Yes, John, can you help with that one? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. I think we've had this question at a previous committee. And I know that at item 9, I'm hopeful that we'll have a good discussion around about the workforce plan that we have within Education and Learning Directorate, Councillor, because I think that's really important in terms of some of the work we're taking forward to try and, as you said before, mitigate against some of those risks to our young people, and making sure that we're using our resources as effectively as we possibly can. And we know that this links to other items of our recent agendas at Education and Learning Committee, for example, our school timetabling and how we best maximise the opportunities that we have for our young people, in particular those in senior phase who are going through the exam system, to make sure that they're not disadvantaged, and that includes areas such as remote learning for some of the subject areas that we can provide that. We know it doesn't suit all our young people, so there are other networking opportunities as well as part of that. But it is a devolved matter, and it sits with our schools to ensure that they're providing the curriculum that best meets their young people's needs. And we try and provide the resources to allow them to be able to do that. And a lot of that does involve consideration with other partners to deliver on some of those kind of key areas that the young people are interested in. So that would probably be from my side of the business, but I'm not sure if my colleague wants to also add to that.
Your colleague does want to add to that, John. Thank you for the question. I think firstly, it's worthwhile pointing out that teacher absence is very low. It's a very good picture. And if we look at the absences that we have, and I think you're particularly, Councillor Jimison, talking about secondary schools, when you talk about specialist subjects, we'll find that most absences are short-term absences. And what you find, I suppose this is doing exactly what John talked about and talking about the operational delivery which is given over to head teachers in schools. But the practical part of it, which I think is what you're interested in, is that lessons will be planned by a subject specialist in those short terms that it's not always possible to deliver for short-term absence through a subject specialist. But of course we do the best we can, and principal teachers will coordinate so that the lessons are actually written by subject specialists. I think the point about longer term, which is, because we've already talked previously, haven't we, around short-term absence, the long-term absence is obviously more challenging, but that's when we can look at partnership arrangements and head teachers using resources creatively. What you will find in most secondary schools who have lots of staff, you'll have people who are dual qualified or people who have a good understanding of other subject areas. Equally, you can have flexibility within your existing faculties, so you can move staff around, or you can have rotations of classes. So there are a number of creative solutions that are not to the detriment of young people. Thanks.
No, thank you. That's very helpful. I know it's challenging. That's why I'm raising it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. As there are no further questions, I don't see anyone's hand up. We will now move to recommendations. Thank you. Members are asked to note that based on the position as at the end of December 2023, Education and Learning is forecast to return a break-even position by the end of the financial year as detailed in the appendix. Do we have a note on that? Thank you. We'll now move to item 5. The Head of Service 6-month assessment from the 1st of April 2023, the 30th of September 23, of Education, Quality and Curriculum Service Plan 23 to 24, the report by Director of Skills, Education and Learning. And we have Jim Brown is here to assist if members have any questions. I will open up the meeting to members' debate. Do we have any questions? Councillor Stevenson.
I'll try and wait for somebody else to come up first. I've actually got two. I was quite surprised to see on page 51, the annual performance development review. At the very bottom it says there are no concerns from trade unions or staff where these are not being done. Again, very surprising to see that. Because we talk later on about our workforce, and this is one of the most basic tools that we have, and it's still relatively low. And in actual fact, when you look at the numbers between last year and this year, it's not too much of an increase. So is some of that actually down to the fact that we're now struggling to recruit, as opposed to we're actually achieving more? It'd be interesting to see what the numbers difference is in the middle of that. And also on page 56, school exclusion rates, what are the preventative measures mentioned? And also, I didn't see any mention of parental involvement and approach to engaging young people. Is this not something that we should be looking at to work together with? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
I could take the first question and then hand over to Jim. We are aware that in both service reports we have low levels of PDR. Now clearly we have one service, so this is reported in two places, but it refers to the same group of staff. And we have reported this to members on numerous occasions that we don't meet the targets, the expectation that we have of all our staff to have an annual PDR. It's never raised to us as a concern from the staff, but the figures at which are continuing to be reported appear low. So I can reassure members that we continue to keep this under review, and in fact we have agreed with our internal audit colleagues, well, we have asked them to help us as part of next year's internal audit, because we don't understand why they're not coming back the way they are, but we continue to report to you that we're not meeting our targets, and that's a concern for us as well. So if you could, again, we ask for your forbearance on this, but we don't have any complaints from staff themselves that we're not having that. So I know that will come up also in the performance report for the Learning and Resources report, but if I could take responsibility for that and then hand over to Jim for the second question on exclusions. Thank you.
If that's okay, I'll hand over to Karen. Right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Does that help, Councillor Stevenson? Thank you. Councillor Dashper? Sorry, I didn't hear that. So.
Thank you, Councillor. In relation to exclusions, as I said in the report, we have been putting measures into schools. We have inclusive practice leads now identified in all of our schools, and there has been training for those leads in nurture approaches and inclusion approaches. Throughout this academic year, every staff will have received nurture training. All staff in every school will have received nurture training, because it's well documented that actually these nurturing approaches and inclusive approaches do contribute towards children staying in schools longer.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Stevenson.
And at what point would we include the parents in this process? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. On a regular basis, parents are communicated with from our schools. You know, as a rule of thumb, head teachers and pastoral care staff are in very regular contact with our parents, you know, whenever there's that sort of feeling that things aren't quite right with the young people within their school.
Yes, Jim, did you want to say something?
If I could just add to that, Councillor Stevenson, thank you, Karen. The point about exclusions is they are not per se a bad thing. I'm not overly fond of them, but I think if we look now that we have got a very clearly prescribed process, IEI Part 2, it's a government document that we have to follow, and it gives a clear purpose for the exclusion, which is to give time, which I'm sure you're aware of, to help construct some sort of plan, not just for the return, but also for the return, but to ensure that moving forward, the causes of whatever led to the exclusion are in some way addressed. So I just want to make that point that clearly I've committed to reducing exclusions for all people, particularly youngsters who are looked after and accommodated. However, I have to accept the fact that there are times when that is the most appropriate thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dashper.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at page 31 at the top, 4.5.1, about the UNCRC rights respecting schools training. I went on the UNCRC website to check which schools in specific, and in my ward there's only 2 schools which have achieved this. So I'm just wondering, you know, 2 isn't very, I know we've got a lot across Dumfries and Galloway, but 2 in one ward isn't quite a lot. So I'm just wondering, is this a head teacher-led initiative? And if so, what is the Directorate doing to encourage school uptake and participation in this? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dashper. Jim?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think you'll see at the top of the page, we're actually very successful at the moment. This is not just through education, this is Children's Services Planning Partnership action, and we have committed to it. And your question was, is this purely and simply a head teacher initiative that heads are independently doing this? The answer is no. Certainly 7 or 8 years ago, we had a number of head teachers starting this, and then I think it was something like 3 years ago, I offered to fund that, and subsequently we now have government funding, and all schools are now registered, I believe, and you can see the data around the progress schools are making within this. So thank you for the question, but the picture over the piece is actually very strong. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dashburn. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. I would just like to drill down a bit on PDRs. In my own experience, PDRs are about staff motivation and morale, about personal and professional development, and about addressing weaknesses in performance. And I'm just not clear what the barrier is at the moment to PDRs not being completed. Is this a line manager issue, or are staff refusing to participate in it? Because I would have thought that that's a requirement of your role, that you do participate, and it improves the link between the line manager and the member of staff. So can we maybe drill down a wee bit further than that, Gillian, in terms of where the issue actually is and how we can address it?
Thank you. Yes, John.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer on that particular question, because it's exactly the same question I ask every week in terms of our assessment of performance in this respect. And we have spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of energy to try and understand the issue better. And when we've devoted particular resource to understand it better. And it does appear to be a recording issue, and it does appear that it is happening. It's just not been recorded accurately, and that's the reason that we have these particularly low-looking figures. But actually the reassurance that we have is that PDRs are happening. Indeed, PDR is just part of a process of support and coaching with our staff. And it's an annual event, but actually it's the ethos that we're creating within our schools and our establishments that's the critically important part of it. And it is genuinely a reporting issue in terms of how schools report on the issue, because they have a calendar of activity over the course of a year. It builds towards a school improvement planning process in the summer term, and often the PDRs are then linked to that particular process, and any targets that come from that come from the school improvement planning process. So if they don't catch it at that particular time, it means it's not been captured as being accurate, Councillor Campbell. So it is a problem for us. We are working with our HR colleagues to try and understand better how we as a service can report on it better, because I've got absolute confidence it is happening in most of our schools, if not all of our schools. I think there are groups of staff that are more vulnerable than others. For example, staff that work across more than one establishment, supply staff, not necessarily teaching staff, because we've just introduced something called a teaching ambassador, where we've got supply teaching staff who have got a link to a particular other teacher, usually in a promoted position, who acts as their PDR reviewer. But there are areas of the business that we still need to work on, and generally it tends to be those staff that are either centrally managed or those staff that are on supply basis, and that's the work we need to do moving forward, as well as try and improve the recording process and give our head teachers and line managers a simpler way of recording that actually captures information that they have got. And just to conclude on that part of it, in terms of teachers, it has to be 100%. And it has to be 100% because if they don't have their PRD, which is slightly different than the PDR, but if they don't have their PRD, then they're not allowed to be professionally signed off by the General Teaching Council for Scotland, and therefore they are not permitted to work for us because they're not registered. So there has to be 100% of our teaching staff, and we know that we've got a process in place for our teaching staff. But again, you can see clearly that that is not reflected in the information that's been provided this morning.
If I could just come in briefly, Chair.
Yes.
Thanks, John. That was a really detailed response, but I'm still a wee bit unclear who ultimately is responsible. Is it the head teacher? Because I know, and I hate going on about past professions, but I, as a line manager in the job that I had, if I didn't ensure that PDR forms were submitted and that action plans weren't created, it reflected on my performance. So if you got that through that chain, and it strikes me that there's a barrier somewhere. Is it head teachers or is it line managers? Just because we're just trying to explore a way that it could actually be resolved, because I think this process is really important. for staff development.
If you're happy for me to jump in there too, I couldn't agree more with you. I think you're absolutely right about this is how we build our workforce, but it's also how we make our workforce feel valued. It's one of the many tools we have. We've got a number of people in the room who, in fact, 4 head teachers sat next to one another, and I can guarantee you that when I was a head teacher, every single member of teaching staff had their PRD done. The issue is, and so it sat with me, it was my responsibility as a head teacher to ensure that that was complete. The issue, I think, is that if you say within a given reporting time, and this is my understanding of it, that will have a particular date when it is renewed and refreshed. The PRD process is that you have to have the next annual PRD within a year of that one you've had. Now that can fall on any one of 190 days of the annual teaching year. So at the point at which we then decide to count, it could well be that, well, it is the fact that many people have not had that year's PRD yet at that point. So in other words, no one's at fault. The teacher wants it, the principal teacher or deputy or head teacher is doing it, it's all planned, there are ongoing conversations, but just within that reporting cycle, that particular PRD hasn't happened. And of course they can't say, well, because I'm reporting it within your reporting cycle, I'll change the fact and say, well, this person has had a PRD within that cycle. All our head teachers have to do is to say, this person has had their annual PRD in relation to the last PRD they had. So I think it's to do with that. It's the recording, the non-articulation, the 2 recording processes would be my guess. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. Councillor Lowe.
Good morning, Chair. Page 32, paragraph 4.5.10 seems to be just like a statement or a mission statement of some sort. It seems to be quite aspirational about what we should be achieving. But I think if you read into some of the things that we're looking at in this paper today, we're not achieving some of those things. So, for example, positive destinations, and there are pupils that we are missing it out for some people. We're not getting it right for every child. And I just kind of wonder, this is something to aim at, and we'd say vast majority, but what really are we aiming at? Are we aiming at 100% for everything for every pupil, or what can we really be practically achieving? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Director? Yes, yeah.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. In terms of the 16 plus data, we really have a very strong picture. We currently have 95.6% of our young people who are moving on to positive destinations. But as you quite correctly said, we're looking for 100%. So that happens. We are aspirational because that's exactly what we do want. So we have to work with our partners in terms of SDS and DYW, as well as employability and skill services within the local council to try and ensure that we have the right pathways for the right young people. We are not going to accept that there is a destination for our young people. We're trying to ensure they have that real positive, sustained destination. So that takes work, and it takes partnership working over a period of time to ensure that we continue to look at what can we continue to do. And part of that work is through the ECGs in schools, employability groups within schools, to say who is most at risk between S4 to S6. And so therefore, can we start the action plans before they leave school? But we also know that keeping young people within the school system until the age of 18 is also a better way of ensuring they have a positive destination.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Going back to Councillor Stevenson's point on the nurture training for the inclusion, I note that it was noted that all staff will do the nurture training by the end of this year. Is that the academic year, before the summer holidays, and does that include learning support assistants and teaching staff across all primaries and all secondaries, please? And then my second point on the PDRs, it was interesting to hear from Jonathan there saying about mentors for supply staff, particularly in learning support. So when we talk about recruitment and retention, do the support staff have that learning mentor within the school so that if there's, continuous absence, they're having back to work interviews to see why there's an absence? Because if they are supply, and they're not used to dealing with children who are high tariff, whether it be in behaviour or learning skills, and they're constantly off sick. Surely that's creating an issue. So are they having those regular meetings? Are those staff in place for them to have the regular meetings so that we can then find out, if there's a problem, how we can put more training in place for that individual to support them into becoming permanent members of staff, please? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Karen?
Thank you, Councillor Hill. I'll answer the first part of your question in relation to training. Yes, the nurture training being offered is for all schools right across Dumfries and Galloway, and that is for teaching and non-teaching staff. It's a 2-hour introduction to nurture session. In addition to that, there is up to 19.5 hours professional learning available for our learning assistants, and there is a number of inclusive practice and nurture-based training within that.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, to respond to Councillor Hill's second question, and again it builds on what Karen's just described there in terms of the availability of training for this year and in future years. And it's that continuity of experience and potential risk if there's supply staff, and what does that mean for the young people that are being supported. We don't necessarily have what we would describe as mentors, but clearly the head teacher has a responsibility again to ensure that the safeguards are in place and the continuity of experiences in place should a member of staff not be there or whatever. But fundamentally, and you'll see in our performance report that a significant piece of work this year has been to look at the opportunity to review the contractual situation in essence for learning assistants, to make sure that we've got that space in their day to undertake the development, the training that's required, but also to ensure that we've got a real focus on induction, that we don't simply take people from a day's interview and then once the pre-employment checks have been undertaken, put them straight into what is potentially vulnerable situations. So we absolutely need to make sure that our staff that are coming into the service have got the requisite skills and abilities to be able to meet the needs of those young people, because the risks are too high if we don't get that right. So we are absolutely looking at that just now. We're not there yet. We're still got to work through quite a number of processes with that, and we're probably about 50% of the way through the process of doing that. It's a significantly labour-intensive piece of work because we absolutely need to engage with our trade union colleagues and indeed the staff that are working on frontline service delivery. But we're quite far through the process now, and we're looking forward to that coming to a conclusion with recommendations at the end of this academic year. Whether we can implement them for the following year is TBC, I suppose. We need to wait to see where we are at that point, but we're committed that this is an important piece of work we need to take forward. Thank you.
Thank you, John and Karen. Does that help your question, Councillor Hill?
Yeah, thank you. It really positive. But could I just ask, sorry, John, to come back to you. So the supply staff that you have, if there is like a continuous absence with them, who records that? How is that recorded? Do they follow the same policy that the council have? So, 1 absence, 2 absences, 3 absences. It's highlighted in different ways. How is that monitored with supply staff, particularly those that learning supports that move from different schools? If there is a high number of absences with them, who's designated to do the job of making sure that the health and wellbeing of that member of staff, if they are off on continuous absence, they're having those back to work interviews, so that we are looking after our staff members whilst also making sure that there is continuity of learning for the children as well, please.
Thank you. Yes, John?
Sorry. I suppose that links back into the question from Councillor Campbell. It's in relation to the line management responsibilities and making sure that we've got clear lines of sight to that line manager so that the supports can be put in place. The Council's maximising attendance policy remains as the toolkit, if you like, in terms of what we use to support staff absence, to make sure that we're putting in the appropriate supports, interventions to ensure that they are fit and healthy and able to carry out their duties. So that is part of the process. Now, it sits at a local level with the head teachers again, because they're devolved to the schools. But at times it does require, if they're itinerant, for example, they will sit with central managers who will take that responsibility on to ensure that they're supported and have that line management person to be able to go to should they have any concerns about their working place and working practice or whatever it is.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Jamieson.
Thanks, Chair. Just to touch on that, I think it's to the credit of members and officials that over the last year and a half, this sort of stuff's been recognised, induction for learning assistants and training for learning assistants, because ASN is quite difficult. You're liable to get difficult situations that are really sensitive and potentially risky for everybody. So I think the moves that have been taken have been really, really positive. And I can say from personal experience that talking to LAs, they're seeing the benefit, but they see that they need that empowerment, that training to actually help them do a better job and feel secure in what they do. And I have to say, when I first put my mind to some of this, again, from personal experience, I don't need to go into the people were coming into cover supply that didn't have sufficient experience or training to do that, but it's been addressed, so that's great. We're moving forward. On exclusions, just to touch on that, just to finish, Jim and I have talked about that. There's many times there seems to be a target for reducing exclusions, which is great. But a lot of parents, head teachers, and that will say there's an issue with children that are not excluded, that parents and peoples think they maybe should be for the benefit of the greater good. And there's a real conflict there, looking after the people that are having problems regarding their behaviour, etc., etc. And it comes to a peak sometimes where there's a real risk of, as has happened recently in one of the schools, of violence happening where kids that are excluded and they're turning up and things like that. So it's a thorny one to balance the needs of the children who have the problems and the teachers and children in the school that are impacted by that. And I know you're very well aware of that, but it's just to raise that concern of parents who, obviously, their first priority is their own kids. And if they're anxious at school because of troublesome children, it's a real balancing act that you've got to deal with. So I'm not asking for solutions here, just to raise it. On the subject, I'm getting to the point here, of the page 32 again that Kim mentioned. I'm going to play devil's advocate, and I'm risking the wrath of very, very able, experienced people. In terms of positive destinations, I've discussed this before. We have a high number of ticks in the positive destinations, and you touched on it. What I would like to see is what are these positive destinations for all children. I have a habit of speaking to young folk and ask them why they are where they are at the moment, and quite often it's not the best story of the guidance they've had and the experience they've had at school. One young girl was working at Vodafone. She was very helpful. I said, "Why did you end up here?" And she said, "Because I messed up school," quite honestly. And it wasn't a local school. And then she said, "Well, I messed up school, but I don't think school helped me." So she said, I asked her what her ambitions was. It was to get a franchise in a mobile phone shop. I said, "Is that what you really want to do?" She says, "No, I'd love to get into mental health, but I haven't got the qualifications." So I pointed her towards Open University, and she got back to me and said, "Thanks very much." So I think the positive destinations, we have to quantify them a little bit, and not just a percentage sort of thing. But I know you're on the case with that, and I know you're working with partners, etc. But my last wee dig at you, which is just to get a response, and I know league tables are not the best guide, but in terms of the Sunday Times league table, we're not performing very well. With 8 of our secondary schools in the bottom third of the Scottish Times league table, which really judges academic performance, I'm reflecting on getting it right for every child, but also closing the attainment gap. There's a big difference between socioeconomic, but also the schools you go to. Now, there's a huge difference between the secondary schools in our area, without naming any names, that gain very high academic achievements and one that are extremely low academic achievements. That's a major challenge for us, because the difference between School A and School Z is massive. And the transformational work we're doing is hopefully will help that. But it's a major issue. So the aspirational comment you've got here, I'm playing devil's advocate, is aspirational, but I think we've got a ways to go, and I think you appreciate that. So for me, it's closing the attainment gap is a real challenge, real positive destinations that are genuine, that give the aspirations a little bit higher priority, but also the academic achievements, all the schools in Dumfries and Galloway, beyond the socio-economic thing, because there's a massive difference between the top and the bottom.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Do we have any further comments on that, Jim?
think you maybe mentioned that you weren't sure if there was a question in that. I don't know if there's something you want me to respond on, Councillor Jimison.
Yeah, absolutely. The paragraph you've got there, I fully understand, but I don't believe we're achieving that. I think it's an aspiration, but I don't believe we're achieving that. And these league tables, I know they're just academic league tables, and there's much more to it than that. But what can we as a council do, not just you guys, what can we as a council do to close the attainment gap between the rich and the poor, but also the difference between somebody that goes to the high achieving school and somebody that goes to the very lowest. And what we're finding is parents are shifting their children from the low achieving school to the high achieving school. So you've got a school bursting with kids, with parents who want their kids to get 5 hires, and you've got a school half full because nobody wants to send their children there. Now, that is a massive challenge. So I would like to see this paragraph as an aspiration and not as a done deal, which suggests it is.
Thank you, Councillor. That's clear. Absolutely. Just on the first point about the positive destinations and effectively how positive are they? That's a process. So when we started with that, there was one measure in September. What we've now done as a nation, we've got 2 measures, and we're starting to evaluate in exactly the way you're talking about, to say it's not simply a binary thing to say, were you in one of these, X number of destinations, and therefore all is great. It is more sophisticated than that, and I agree with the point to say initially we make things better simply by looking at the totality and making the numbers better, and we know that will improve things, and it has very significantly. And again, this is the work that came out of the I'm trying to think which report it was, 10 years or so ago, the Wood Commission report, and the picture is very significantly better because of that, and that's to be applauded. I think now you're right though to say, but what are these positive destinations? What does positive mean? But that's the work of the ECGs in school, and there is a group which Alison chairs, which is called the Young People's Guarantee Partnership, and they have got an improvement plan to look at how we make sure that those ECGs don't just make sure young people have a destination, but it is indeed positive for them. So that's the work that happens in every secondary school in Dumfries and Galloway, and it's a standardised approach, and we will see improvements. But often those improvements are qualitative, which I think is what you're talking about, rather than simply the quantitative ones, which are about the 95.8, I believe Alison mentioned. In terms of the second part, we've already talked about the fact that you keep young people in schools longer. That is what I want, because I believe our schools are outstanding, our teachers and non-teaching staff are outstanding, and that we have got very caring, supportive and educational settings which really do a great job for our young people. So we need to have curriculum models that meet the needs of every child, makes them feel included, that they look at the school and say, yes, there are things that this school does that are designed at me, they're targeting me. And so this is a much wider question. I don't want to go too deep into this right now, but I recognise you've asked for an answer. So the first answer was around the quality of the destinations. The second answer is about our curriculum models. You'll be aware that we are looking at other papers coming forward at the next committee, which looks at curriculum alignment. And just to give you a quick, maybe 3 minutes, perhaps I'll pass to Alison, who might give you a little bit on that. Is that okay? Thank you.
So in terms of the paper that's coming forward in March, where we're working with our partners to really look at what that offer will be in terms of the curriculum offer, but as part of that work is also the work we're doing with the ECGs within schools, but that is part of a broader framework of the framework for improvement. We acknowledge that the data is not where it should be or could be, so therefore it's about understanding our data and then having that collaborative approach to really saying, right, okay, where is our data falling down? What is happening there? How do we then bring that together? So, for example, this year we have put a framework to place where we're bringing our data together as a collective across all secondary and primary schools, where head teachers are going to analyse their data and think about where are their gaps, where are their local gaps, where is our geographical gaps, and then how do we then support schools to then look at the gaps and try to close them.
Yeah. Thanks for that answer. And my devil's advocate type of question was to draw that out, because I'm aware of things that are happening. It's just that, we need to be aware that these things are happening, and then we need to see the outcomes, and so do you, obviously, because it's a shame when a parent feels the need to send a child halfway across the county because they think they're getting a better education and a better chance. And I know you're trying to broaden the curriculum with IT and all the rest of it, but the stark difference between the achievers and the non-achievers is massive, and we need to work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair. So I appreciate we're looking at the service plan on quality curriculum for 23-24. And it's really sort of a broad question again. I'm aware that in the service plan, the first page of the actual overall plan, we've got addressing the climate emergency, and under that category, and the bullet point within the service plan is promoting curriculum resources and opportunities which support learning for sustainability in our schools. So that's an agreed plan that we've got going forward. I'm also aware that back in March 2022, we had a report which was promoting the curriculum resource and opportunities which support learning for sustainability in our schools, which you would think those two match up. There was a huge amount of work done on outdoor education and offering, there was preparing for COP26. It was a fantastic piece of work back in March 22, but I've not seen any follow-up from that, and there's no specific key performance indicators within this service plan. And I'm just wondering how, as elected members, are we able to monitor that specific action? Because it's within the agreed service plan, but there's not a key performance indicator, and there's nothing that mentions outdoor education or anything at that point. So is that something that's maybe perhaps an oversight, or is that being dealt with elsewhere? And when would members get an update on what is happening in terms of that hugely important aspiration and, you know, plans going forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Jim, do you want to take that one?
Happy to. You'll appreciate, Councillor, that there is so much done in schools. There is an almost infinite number of things you could actually measure, many of which would be perfectly valid to measure, and we'd get a sense of how things are going. But this is part of the core curricular offer for in all our schools. So whilst we could look at this and say, well, let's measure that and, you know, focus on that, there are many other things that we could then say, well, let's have a look at this other core curricular offer. So yeah, we don't have anything specific to that, but all the things you described, Councillor Hagman, that were happening in 2022, particularly that really strong outdoor learning drive, they're still there. They're still happening in our schools now. So I don't think I'd be minded to add that as another measurable within the plan, but I think I'll happily speak to you about that and where we've got good practice going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that help, Councillor Hagman?
It does. I'm happy to speak offline with yourself, Jim, on that one. I think that would be helpful. However, I'm just very aware that on the first page of our action plan, it's mentioned on there. So while it'd be really useful for me to have a conversation, I think actually it maybe should be, including the whole committee essentially, and just to get an update on where we are, because we've put that as a key point on the first page of our plan. So how are we getting to get updates on that? I think it would be important maybe to share the information wider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Jim, do you want to just follow up on that, or you?
Yeah, well, certainly on your guidance there, Councillor, I'll certainly consider it within the next year's service plan. That's thoughtful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. Some of this has already been covered in terms of employability coordination groups, so you've spoken about it. So 4.5.5, page 31, down to almost 4.5.11 on page 32. And I'm not going to claim to understand all the key points that have been agreed. I don't know what intelligent coursing means, but I've got an idea. So it's laudable that these points have been agreed and they've been rolled out in essence across schools in Dumfries and Galloway. And what I'm not getting from this, and it might just be my reading of it, is vocational qualifications. So We've mentioned positive destinations, and I would suggest that positive destinations are relative to the individual, so they're not all going to be academic, and I think that's something we need to remember. It's horses for courses, and actually getting a job when you leave school at this precise moment in time is quite a positive destination for some people. It's what you do with that and how you move on, and not everybody's going to achieve everything they need to at school. I certainly didn't. But that was a long time ago. So in terms of vocational qualifications, can you maybe expand? The March paper's going to do this, I know this, but it's not in here that I can see. Or maybe it is, I've just missed it. There is something in 4.5.11 about working with Murray College and apprenticeships. That's great, but we're expanding that. Murray College is in Murray. I know you can do things online and you can do things, but are we doing anything locally in terms of improving that? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And you're absolutely right. There is a lot of work going on in terms of the ECG and the coordinated groups. We know that our statistics are telling us there are more young people leaving school and going straight to employment as opposed to going to college or to higher education. So in terms of the curriculum offered within schools, up until now it has been very much within the gift of the school. So whether or not there is a balance between academic and vocational courses, that sits with the school. However, what we do have is an SQA coordinated group with deputy head teachers, which both have SQA academic routes as well as vocational routes that sit together. So there's always that challenging conversation about when you are doing your intelligent coursing through your choices, are you ensuring that all young people are getting options that are right for them as opposed to they are right to be timetabled by staffing. So that's what happens in terms of that intelligent coursing that's part of the ECG. So the balance of vocational courses has been lower than academic courses. That's just the nature of education, or has been until a point where we're now challenging that and trying to bring more in. One of the avenues we've used to do that is through the foundation apprenticeships. There are 15 frameworks within the foundation apprenticeships. We currently offer 3 of those frameworks. The college, Dumfries and Galloway College, offer 2 of those frameworks. And the reason that we're using Mori as a supporter, and that's because for food and technology, we didn't have the staff, we didn't have the resource. However, it was a course that they would get the credits for in Mori, but we could have young people who were then dialing in and getting that opportunity, because it was rather that than miss out on that opportunity. And just to move forward in terms of foundation apprenticeships, we have 40 young people this year who have stayed on course, which is also a success. But moving forward next year, it's about what other frameworks can we go look into to expand that offer.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Darward.
Thank you. Thanks for that. And I think what I'm getting from that, my simplistic perspective, which is it's a work in progress and there's room for improvement. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there are no further questions or comments, we will move to recommendations. Members are asked to review the summary of performance for the Education, Quality and Curriculum Plan for the period April 22 to the 30th of September 22, which includes Council Plan delivery, Service Plan delivery change and improvement activities, success measures, service-specific, council-wide, including the health and safety and local government benchmarking framework, and the management of the risks within the services risk register, Appendix 1 and 2, scrutinise the exception reporting and consider whether the actions proposed are adequate to improve performance and future monitoring of areas which have not met the target. Do we have a review for 1 and scrutinise for 2? Thank you. We'll now move to item 6. Head of Service 6-month assessment, 1st of April 23 to 30th of September 23, of Education, Learning and Resources Service Plan for 23 to 24. Now the report by Director of Skills, Education and Learning. And we have John Thin is here to assist if members have any questions. And I will open up the meeting to member debate. Do we have any questions? Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. Page 61, 4.7.1, which is mention of additional teachers appointed to primary learning centres. So if that's during this year, has that had an effect on the budget at all, and obviously will that be included in the budget going forward? And do we actually know how much impact that's actually had, or when can that be monitored? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. John, do we?
There's two parts to the question. I'll answer the second part first, if that's okay, Councillor Lowe. So in terms of impact, we haven't done, if you like, a quality impact in terms of the resource that was included as part of the allocation for this year, in terms of trying to ensure that we were addressing the needs of our young people, our most vulnerable learners. But what we did understand was that we had a requirement to ensure that our ratios were appropriate in terms of teacher-pupil numbers within our learning centres, and that was the reason that we made the decision to allocate that resource to the learning centres. Feedback from schools and from learning centres, from head teachers and from principal teachers in those learning centres has been hugely positive. They felt that this has been what they've been looking for, you know, that additional teaching capacity. And we do know that teachers make the biggest difference. You know, we can flood with support staff, but actual qualified teachers do make a big difference to the young people and ensure that their learning targets are met, planned for, addressed, assessed, etc. So it has been a very positive impact, but we do require to do almost that formal evaluation at the end of the year to try and get a measure of some description on that, but it will be different depending on the learning centre, depending on the teacher in the learning centre, etc. In terms of the budget, it is within our existing staffing budget for our primary schools, so we've been able to incorporate that, and it was behest of us to continue to ensure that we met our teacher numbers as part of the government's directive towards ensuring that our numbers remained the same as the 2022 census. So we recognised that that was an area that we would want to continue on the back of falling school rolls. So we reallocated the resource that we had into the learning centres, so there should be no direct impact on the budget, and in fact the budget in some ways was protected because we were able to maintain our teacher numbers for this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Scobie?
Thank you, Chair. It's reference to 4.73, where it says offers have engaged postally with the following in schools. And it's particular reference to St Ninian's RC. And it's really to ask John, through yourself, Chair, if and I know that the figures are low or well low now that we've mothballed St Ninian's, but the opportunity being made available to any of those pupils, children, that they could go to St Joseph's in Stranraer, and for any future coming forward, that there is arrangement should the parent and child wish to continue with the faith school, that we just seek that assurance, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, John.
Yes, I can provide that assurance that that is the new catchment area, if you like, for St Ninian's, that they have got the opportunity to go to St Joseph's Primary School and Roman Catholic School in Stranraer. We adapted and amended the admissions policy, and that was brought to members prior to the Christmas break, and members will see it's on again today, but it's a fast-moving picture, and we needed to do things to react to the situation that we were facing. The new partnership with St Joseph's and Port Patrick started on the 5th of January, I think, and has started off well, and clearly we're going through further recruitment processes to ensure that any vacancies or areas that need to be addressed are being done at this time. We're going through that process as we speak, actually. So yeah, there was a realignment, and St Ninian's Roman Catholic is now realigned to St Joseph's if they so wish. We are, with all the schools that we've described there, I don't think there's any that I'm not seeing there. We have opened up enrolment again for this year to identify whether there are any future children that are likely to wish to go back to any of those mothballed schools. We'll assess that information. Enrolment's just happening as we speak, in fact, and then we'll bring a further paper back to members in the March committee with an update on that information.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. So on page 62, 4.7.10, it says that there's a document produced to support staff who experience violence and aggression in schools. So I asked for a copy of the document and I was told it wasn't ready yet, but in the report it says it's due to roll out at the end of January. So will it be ready to roll out at the end of January? And if not, is there an exact date for it? Because I know I would be quite interested in how a document will help support staff in regards to violence and intimidation in their workplace. And again, it ties into page 79, the violence in schools. By these, the looks of these figures compared to the figures provided to me when I put my motion forward, it looks like we're seeing an even bigger increase this school year. Can you confirm the exact numbers, the exact figures reported, or are we looking at underreporting? And also, do we have figures for near misses and any other instances that might be listed somewhere else? I don't know if it maybe would be worth actually having a report brought back to committee. I'd be quite interested to see how often our staff are needing to deal with this behaviour, because by this it's looking like it might be 2 instances a day in our schools, and how often de-escalation is needed in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Yes, Jim. John.
Thank you. So probably if I could highlight the key areas, and I do understand that you did request the document and it is going through a process of, well, it has gone through the governance in essence, but it was written with the trade unions and it's their document. So we are waiting on the for graphics to finish it off, and then we'll get a draft copy out. We'll go through a sort of sharing with the trade unions, and then more than happy for it to be shared more widely, because it's a really positive document and it's been really well considered and well thought through. And I'm actually quite proud of it, because it kind of puts things on the table, and in terms of some of the areas, I've absolutely focused on ensuring that support's in place, making sure staff are aware of how to report incidents, making sure that staff have got easy access, that there's follow-up discussions, there's time out, all of those things that we would want to see for staff are going to be included in this document. It's also following in line with our updated health and safety portal. And we know that we're looking at that as a council, and we've got one of our trade union colleagues who sit in the working group to make sure that any new processes that we're looking to build into the violence and aggression reporting are easy for staff to do. And in some respects, I'm less worried about seeing an increasing number of incidents being reported, because it tells me that the staff are either more confident or are more able to report those incidents. I suspect we did have underreporting because it was too cumbersome before. It was too difficult to do that. And once we've got that real clarity of data and everybody feels confident to use the systems that we have in place, then we have a better chance of addressing what the actual needs are, and shining that telescope onto it to make sure that we can identify the areas of work that we need to do in terms of moving things forward. So yeah, the increase this year is there, but as I said before, I'm less worried about it. Our Joint Safety Committee as well, and this is probably the question I need to ask, and maybe ask through governance, have also requested information regarding the incidents of violence and aggression. We've got our distress behaviours and aggression working group, I think, or violence and aggression working group, sorry, that's led by our sport learners team, which also feed in. And we've also got our education, health and safety group, who also have an eye on this work. And together we're trying to understand the issue, understand the challenges, and bring that back together. But Joint Safety Committee have asked for a report on all of the things that we are doing in terms of the data we've got, but what are we putting in place to support our staff, because obviously they've got a responsibility across the different work groups that support our youngest learners, our learners, sorry. So I'm more than happy to provide an update at some point to Education and Learning Committee if that's deemed appropriate, but perhaps I need to speak to governance just regarding where it sits, because obviously we don't want to have over-reporting or duplicate reporting when it can sit at an appropriate committee. So thank you.
Thank you, John. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. Page 67, the perennial issue of progress plans for the refurbishment of Dumfries Academy, and more pertinently Lowerburn Primary School. I notice it sits at 50% at the moment. Now, I appreciate this is a Groundhog Day issue. I appreciate that all stakeholders are frustrated by lack of progress. But it's a plea on behalf of constituents. We are, as elected members, getting more and more issues and questions and complaints from them. It's not a blame. I'm not blaming anybody here. I know there are vagaries. The Scottish Government funding has been challenging. Leap 3 funding hasn't come through. It says we're going to have this completed by the 31st of March. There is a report coming to Education Committee prior to that. It's a plea on behalf of parents, of constituents, that we prioritise Lowerburn, given the conditions that Lowerburn is currently in. Can we get some sort of not a promise, not a guarantee. That wouldn't be fair to ask. But in terms of where we're going with this, that we do make sure that Lower Burn Primary is given a priority in this setting because, because it hasn't progressed for a number of years, and we are in a sort of, as I say, a Groundhog Day situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dorward. So it will be a member's decision about prioritisation, and it will go through the normal governance in terms of it will go through Finance Procurement Transformation Committee, and then it will come back to Education and Learning Committee, as you said, at the end of March. Time is tight, and we're working through obviously what those options look like, but fundamentally it will be a member's decision about the prioritisation that they want to take in terms of any refurbishment, change or whatever it looks like, and I won't go into all the detail of that at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Are there any further comments or questions? Right, we will move to recommendations. Move to recommendations. Members are asked to 1. Review the summary of performance for the Education, Learning and Resource Service Plan for the period April 22 to September 22, which includes Council Plan delivery, Service Plan delivery, change and improvement activities, success measures, service-specific council-wide, including health and safety, and local government benchmarking framework, and management of the risks within the Services Risk Register Appendix 1, and 2. Scrutinise the exception reporting and consider whether the actions proposed are adequate to improve performance and future monitoring of areas which have not met the target in Appendix 2. Do we review 1 and scrutinise 2? Thank you. We will now move on to item 7, which is the Property Buildings Schools Asset Class Capital Programme monitoring for 23 to 24, and the report by Director of Skills, Education and Learning. We have Stuart Wixon is here to assist members who have any questions. I will open up the meeting to members' debate. Councillor Stitt.
Thanks, Chair. Are there any further updates from the Scottish Government funding to fix RAC? The council budget deficit for next year is eye-watering and we need every penny. I'd like to think the Scottish Government are digging deep to support councillors, because I've seen the report at 4.14 for the finance procurement meeting. A request is coming up for 7.6 million so they can carry out work over the next 3 years in other schools. And if this is the case and we're not getting any funding for the government, we're in a serious situation with our budgets.
Thank you, Councillor. Director, thank you.
Thank you. I asked a similar question to our Chief Finance Officer. I understand that there is no budget identified at this stage from RAC, but you can see it has a considerable impact on our capital programme. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair. I perhaps should have noted a statement of connection on this one as the resources spokesperson within COSLA. RAC is one of the issues that is being considered by all 32 local authority leaders going forward, and especially in terms of the national budget lobbying position. So I'll just perhaps leave that one there and have that noted on the agenda. I did have a question specifically on the report, and when I have a look at Appendix 1 on page 97, there's reference to the Glenluce Primary School contribution to wind turbines remedial. Now, I appreciate that we've often been asked to take specific issues offline. However, this is an issue that has been going on for all 7 years almost that I have been an elected member, and I'm just wondering, is there any update? I have been in touch direct with officers regarding this, but there still doesn't seem to be a resolution, and the funding is still sitting in here, and it is a point that gets raised often within the community council as well, because this initial money was not coming from the council, it came from the community council and benefit funding from a wind farm that it's a long, complicated story. I will not go into it, but my request is, please can we ensure that when we have the next report coming forward, this isn't still sitting here, because as I say, this money has been sitting here for at least 7 years. So it would be really useful to get that going forward. And additionally, another one that is a long-term project, the Creetown refurbishment school funding. Again, this has been allocated for many, many years, and there seems to be no updates going forward. So it's just really a plea. Can we actually we're monitoring it, and we're being asked to note and scrutinise these things. So I am noting and scrutinising, but I'd really like to find a solution going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hagman. Lauren, do we have an update or any further reports on this? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to take them in the order that they were given, the Glen Luce wind farm funding, actually, if we look across page 102 on Appendix 2, it's actually what that's turned into is the grass pitch improvements. So in collaboration and consultation with the school and the parent council, the decision was taken that where the school needed to see a level of enhancement that supported the curricular delivery and the health and well-being, they'd like that investment spent as a first phase around pitch improvements, and then from a school community they were looking at additional funding that might come in and support their aspirations through wind farm funding later on down the line. So the funding is looking across the pitch improvement works. It's 80% spent this financial year, so that as a project line will always exist, but in terms of the spend profile, the funding has pretty much been used up to date, and by the time that project's completed, that will all be spent through. The actual value of it, just for note, has increased from the original 48.5, so the actual project has been supplemented, if you like, through the asset class to make sure that it was a complete project that could be delivered. In relation to Creetown Primary School, I think what we're seeing is a process that we're working on in the background around what that investment needs to look like. We are absolutely aware that that's a Condition C building through the recent round of condition surveys. So we have a responsibility and a requirement to make sure that there's a plan in place to address the condition, whether that's through refurbishment or replacement. I think what we need to align is a window of opportunity where a significant capital investment can be made in the building. So whilst we've got a number against there, we also see within the report that as it stands just now, it's £1.5 million over committed this financial year. Future financial years, there's pressures on it as well. So I absolutely accept that it does look like that there's been a lot of delay and pause on that, but we have solutions, desktop solutions, paper solutions in place that we'll further develop when there's a window of opportunity for the required level of spend to come forward, when we'll physically put a solution in place for Creetown.
Thank you, Lauren. Does that help you, Councillor Hagman, for the moment?
It does. And it does, no, thank you. And I appreciate that the Glen Luce situation is perhaps slightly complex. It would maybe be useful to have an asterisk next to that for the next report, just to explain the variations, because it's not particularly clear within that. But, really appreciate the response. And I guess just on the second point, absolutely agree with Lauren. I think we have to be evidence-based going forward and ensuring the best use of resources. And just in reference to Councillor Dorward's point previously, with a plea to prioritise, I know right across the region we will all have schools that we want to prioritise. Mine would be Penningham Primary School, because there's significant investment required there, and urgently as well. So absolutely, I think we must follow the evidence base. So I'll look forward to getting updates in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, Chair, I took the opportunity to speak to Lauren before the meeting, and again, it's reference to schools that have got a 3G pitch that rely on that as part of their PE curriculum. And yet there is a difficulty, or appears to be a difficulty, who is responsible for the maintenance and repair of these 3G pitches, and well, they become, they're unusable in this kind of weather. I'm referring to Park, for instance, where that's an essential part, and I understand it, to the schools. Yet the schools don't have responsibility for the 3G pitch. That lies with communities. yet I can't seem to get an answer as to who's going to repair the 3G pitches, and then for the school, as Larne has offered, to take responsibility thereafter. So it just keeps, and I wrote to Larne and Lee Seaton from Communities, but I can't seem to get an answer as to who will repair these so that they are fit for use and purpose. And my second question is just a curiosity question, because I read in a Google alert an article that appeared in a Daily Record somewhere where it referred to a school in Dumfries, a secondary school in Dumfries and Galloway that's taped, that the windows are taped up to keep closed, yet there's no reference to it in the report or that in the secondary school. They didn't mention where it was or what secondary school it was. Just curiosity if that is the case.
Thank you. Yes, Lauren.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Scobie. I think absolutely supportive of the comments around the 3G and the mugger provision. I think we're in a place where time has changed what that provision requirement is across not just the school community but the wider community. We've moved from lots of smaller muggers to larger 3G facilities, and hence the requirement, the desire to use muggers across the authority has diminished. From a community perspective, they would rather play a full-size game on a 3G pitch. I can completely understand that, and hence the income generation hasn't been there to support the upkeep of those facilities. Some of those facilities, to ensure that you've got best value, were sited on a school site. I think we're in a transition position where they will remove themselves, I guess, from the community's asset register and become part of the school estate, and they will have investment on a future basis through the asset class investment programme. But what we're trying to do is make sure that we are brought up to what I would consider an adoptable standard before ourselves as officers and yourself as elected members take responsibilities for investment in them in the future. I know there's a lot of work that Lee's doing in the background with Paul Garrett in terms of what the financial need is, not just for the ones inside the school estate, but actually right across the board, because there are some that sit within other areas. So hopefully other council officers will be able to provide a bit more clarity on that. But absolutely, there is a willingness to take on responsibility when they get to an adoptable condition. In reference to the Panorama article, the school in question was Dumfries Academy. We are aware of the report, we are aware of the areas that it highlighted. There are always going to be schools that will have a bucket propped in a corner somewhere to collect water in the worst inclement weather that we have. The video that was taken is inside, if you know the facility at all, it's inside the music department. That's a portable provision, temporary provision that was put there quite a number of years ago. It is in poor condition, and that's absolutely why we're looking at investment in the academy as part of our strategic planning. The windows being taped up, I'm not sure if that was to stop the rain coming in or to stop the rattle, but ultimately it was a end-of-life building that is very tired, and unfortunately the focus was on probably one of the worst parts of the academy, if you're familiar with the building, and hopefully members will take the opportunity to join us in later on next month for a walk around. The building is actually in places really stunning, a lovely building, but as you can imagine, the focus has been on areas for the biggest impact.
Chair, if I just could come back for it. Yeah,
yes, Councillor Scobie, did you want to come back?
Please, if I could, and I sympathise with Larne in terms of the muggers, but we are one council, and so I can fully understand why Larne would want it brought up to an adoptable standard. But during this whole time, it's not being used, or it's not fit for purpose to be used. So I think we need to find a way of resolving the difficulties with the muggers. Notwithstanding what Larne says is that they would prefer to play in a 3G. It's no suitable to play in a 3G if you happen to be in Park School. It's a fair distance, for the kids to walk there. So I think we need to resolve this issue between education and communities, and I hope it can be resolved without me asking the question again. One only consolation that it's no Sonar Academy because it didn't refer to it. So thanks for that, Larne.
Yes, Director.
That's suppose I totally recognise the concern here, and I know, Councillor Scobie, you've raised this. I think it is a good example of where capital investment must be also planned with ongoing revenue costs. You know, we have to recognise if capital investment is made that we also have plans to have the defined revenue costs ongoing, and that is including the upkeep. And these are examples of where perhaps with hindsight we should have really closely considered that those revenue budgets were established within those budget holders. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dorward, did you want to speak?
Yes, I did, Chair. Thank you very much. Again, thank you for the report. Page 97, Appendix 1, Beatic Primary School Structural Investment Roof Refurb seems to, next year it'll go up to over £1 million for this. It's quite an eye-watering sum for a new property. Not here to criticise that or talk about that in itself, but it is an avoidable cost potentially. It's just a bit of reassurance that we have initiated a lessons learned log to prevent this occurring again when we are spending taxpayers' money. The director's alluded to this in terms of maintenance and looking at things. Hindsight is wonderful, so it's not a blame thing I'm raising here. It's just an assurance that we have a lessons learned log and to ensure future-proofing for our construction projects going forward, particularly some of the big ones that are on the horizon potentially, at the discretion of the council, but on the horizon in education. And another question I think has been asked already, but are we fully liable, or is the contractor obligated via contractual T's and C's to assist here? It's really not value for money, and especially important to look at this given the current requirements to achieve required savings or cuts to budgets. But a comment, which is more positive perhaps than that one, in terms of Locker Briggs Primary School refurbishment, which came in under the cost of repairing the roof for BTEC, just to say that's a fantastic job, and well done to everybody involved in that, because I was up there and visited. Sometimes we don't congratulate when we should congratulate, so as well as being slightly critical, which is our role, just to say congratulations to all involved in Locker Briggs, because that's a fantastic achievement in terms of a local primary school. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward, for those comments. Do we have any further questions?
Chair, I did ask for a response to part one of my question.
Yes.
May I have a response to part one of my question? Thank you.
Yes.
From somebody.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dorward. I'll bring my colleague Stuart in a second around our own internal arrangements directly for council-delivered projects. But where I can reflect is where industry has gone off the back of quite a number of issues across Scotland, one being North West Community Campus, for example. The quality plan and the steps that are now introduced into significant major capital investment programmes are way over and above what we've seen historically. So those lessons have absolutely been learned. We had the Cole report, we've had DG1 within Dumfries and Galloway ourselves as well. So we've had a very sharp focus on ensuring that our capital investment projects of a larger scale absolutely learn those lessons. They've been reported at a national level, Edinburgh, Liberton, etc., where all of that has come together, and the industry itself has reflected and changed on all those elements. I think we're now moving to a position, particularly in relation to Dumfries High School, because that's one of the projects I'm most closely aligned with, where the level of scrutiny and checking is way in excess of what it's been before. So there are huge steps forward. Now, what that can't do is guarantee the quality level, but what it does do is put a huge focus in terms of the quality and how the project will be delivered, but also on the grounds as it's coming up out, so that there's clerk of works, independent scrutiny. In effect, the contractor doesn't get to sign the building off. We have an independent role that will tell you, yes, that has met the quality that you've been looking for. We don't do that. The contractor doesn't do that. Hub South West doesn't do that. That's a completely independent organisation that will come and check all of that as it goes. Some of that, I'm sure we'll be able to allude to, has filtered down into the asset class process, but I'll allow Stuart to come in if that's okay, just in terms of the asset class elements.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to say Thank you for the positive comments regarding Locker Briggs. It's much appreciated. In regards of our in-house asset class, on the back of BTIC and the problems and issues we've had, we've learned quite a number of lessons from that, and we can assure the councillors that we will be looking at any future designs and monitoring that closely, and to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Thank you. Is that
Thank you.
cleared it up, Councillor Dorward?
Yes, it does. I mean, it's suring. There's a degree of surety going forward in terms of the belt and braces approach, which is really good, and that is evidence that we're learning from past events. What hasn't been answered is, are there any contractual obligations that we can claw back, or are we too late for that, and would they be
Thank you, Lauren. Or would you like to take that one, Stuart?
Yes, thank you. The BTIC primary school was constructed by our own in-house contractor, DG First, and they are no longer part of this organisation, so we don't really have any comeback from a legal point of view, because it was done by our thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dorward. Thank you, Stuart. Do we have any further questions or comments? Thank you, Stuart, for your attendance, and Lauren, thank you. We will now move on to recommendations. Members are asked to 1. Note the financial and physical progress of projects within the Property Building School Asset Class Programme, which is currently forecast to spend 8.833 million, which is 1.585 million over the full allocation of 7.248 million, as reflected in Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 to this report. 2. Note the financial position and physical progress of projects within the 1,140 hours early learning and childcare class programme, which is currently forecast to spend the full allocation of 2.407 million over years 2023 to 24 and 24 to 25, as reflected in Appendix 1 and Appendix 2. 3. Note the financial position regarding the free school meals programme, which is currently forecast to spend the full allocation of 728,000 as detailed in Appendix 1. And 4. Agree the project variances across the programme as identified in Appendix 1. We note 1 and 2 and 3 and agree 4. Yes, Councillor Scovey.
Could I just ask, Chair, on the point I made about the muggers, that be taken as an action point, so that my question doesn't become rhetorical at every committee meeting that I come to, that we do try and get it resolved, and hopefully they can report at the next meeting that it's been resolved.
Yes, Councillor Scobie, it has been noted as an action report. Thank you. Note 1, 2 and 3 and agree 4. Thank you. We will now move on to item 8 on the agenda. It's the amendment to schools admissions policy and procedures, and the report by Director of Skills, Education and Learning. John Thinn is here to assist if members have any questions. I will open up the meeting to members' debate. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. There's probably 4 questions here, John, sorry. In relation to the applications for transfer during term time, is this a region-wide issue, is it a locality issue, or is it specific schools? I'm not asking you to name those schools. The next question is the table with the figures on the transfers. I'm maybe not reading it or interpreting it properly, but are those figures up to date for 23-24? And in relation to paragraph 4.3, where the main problem is relationship issues, I'm just interested to know, before we get to the point that a parent or guardian is submitting a transfer form, is there the opportunity for the parent or guardian to discuss and allow the school that they wish to transfer from to resolve any particular issues to avoid that problem? And final question, you'll be glad to know, the pupil transfer form, has that been updated to reflect the policy changes? Because I'm just thinking if there's some sort of narrative there that tries to avoid the actual transfer application being submitted through engagement. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jack.
I'll answer very briefly and then pass on to my colleague, Alison Chambers. And I suppose this is a good case of where quality and curriculum side of the business work alongside the learning resources side of the business, because it's imperative that we get the policies aligned when we are recognising that issues happen in schools. How do we make sure the administration of those processes are as smooth as possible? So hopefully we'll be able to talk you through some of those areas. I do apologise for bringing this paper or this policy and procedure back to this committee. I think this committee have seen this paper on numerous occasions, or this policy on numerous occasions, and previously just in the autumn we brought back amendments in terms of waiting lists, Roman Catholic approval and priority placements, and also the mothballed schools. So it's a work in progress. It seems to be a work in progress all the time, but I'll pass to Alison in terms of the specifics on the detail of the questions you've asked, Councillor Campbell. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. So in terms of the figures that are up to date, we've taken 21-22 and 22-23. We don't have 23-24 because we've not finished the academic year with that. And what those figures represent are where we've captured the transfer through our processes. But some young people stop going to one school and then start to register for another school. So therefore, it's a truest pictures we've got in our data source without, there might be other ones that are added to that. In terms of the relationship part of it that you asked, we find that this is for secondary only at the moment that we've looked at with any sort of clarity, and the relationships with their friends usually breaks down. So there is an expectation from the schools, or there's an expectation of us, of our schools, that they're working with those young people to understand where the relationship has broken down for a resolution. From that resolution, if it cannot be resolved, it's about what is the best, what's the rationale for moving to another school, because moving to another school, you often take the problems that you've perhaps had in one school to another school. So part of this, bringing this policy and procedures back to yourself, is to really understand what is the educational rationale for the moving of a school, because we all recognise that school movement does interrupt learning, and so therefore the best time, if you do want to move school, is at a point where perhaps at the start of an academic year, or at the perhaps at the end of the Christmas term. So it was to try and pull together the understanding of why are our young people moving? There has been a significant increase post-COVID. What's the cause of it? Most of it is relationships. Have we captured it all? Perhaps not. So we understand there is an issue there. What we're trying to do about that, we're trying to pull a policy together to really understand the educational rationale for why somebody should be moving, and trying to put the onus back onto schools to say, are we having those conversations? We should be having young people to say the best place for your young person is to stay in that school, and of course the parents are involved in that conversation.
Yes, Councillor Campbell.
So very, very quickly, Chair. So the last question about the forum, if a parent decides they want to transfer their pupil, they phone the school they want the pupil to go to, presumably they send that form out and they fill it in. What I'm just interested to know is where is the intervention at the school, the point where the application is requested from the other school, to try and avoid the unnecessary transfers?
Sorry, I should have said. Right. No, you're absolutely fine. So the form is such, instead of the parent lifting the phone to the school they intend to go to, it's about having a policy in place where the parent lifts the phone to the school they're currently at, to say that we are thinking about moving our young person to another school, so therefore can we have a conversation. It's the onus is in the head teacher of the current school to say, let's have that conversation and let's document that conversation. Let's have the chronology of why you want to move. Is there a rationale? Is there a sound rationale for a move to another school? It's then on the onus for the head teacher to then contact the other school to say, this is this is the intention of this young person and their parents. Of course, parents have the right to move their young person to another school. That's part of the Education Act. Again, there's a chronology there to say there's been a conversation with the head teacher of the receiving or the potential receiving school. It's then up to those two head teachers, along with the pupil and the parents, to agree whether or not it is the right decision for that young person to move from school A to school B. If there is a disagreement between school A and school B, and so therefore it cannot be resolved, it will then come back to central team members to then make that decision, or to be the adversary between the two.
Thank you. Thank you, Alison. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. I think, as mentioned, as a sub, it's really useful to come into the committee today because we always want our reports to be accessible to members of the public. So, clearly I wasn't on the committee when this came previously. So I'm just wondering, the appendix that's included, it has no track changes. So I have no idea what has changed from the previous incarnation of this. So I'm not quite sure how we're meant to monitor what is actually changing. I appreciate there's a narrative within here, and it says in the executive summary that it highlights recommendations and amendments to the school admissions policy and procedure in relation to the management of pupils. So, I can understand that. However, I'm also really concerned that within the report it states under the implications and risks of impact assessment, and it says that it does not propose a change in policy. So therefore we don't need an impact assessment. We're contradicting ourselves in the same report. So if we're not changing the policy, why have we got a report before us? And if we are changing the policy, why have we not done an impact assessment? Because by our very own, templates for our reports, if there's a change in policy, of which this clearly states there must be an impact assessment. What impact will this have on families, young people, etc.? And it may be for a positive reason that we're changing it, but there will still be an impact. So why has the impact assessment not been done? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The Director.
My apologies, we picked this up earlier this week in that the Equalities Impact Assessment has indeed been conducted for this and it will be on the website, so apologies, I should have raised that at the commencement of this item, Councillor Hagman, but that has indeed been conducted. There are no impacts to be considered here. It obviously affects all children and young people, and we will make sure that that is reflected in the minute and that it is uploaded on the impact assessment summary on the council website. Thank you. And in terms of your track changes point, we know that the section that is mainly in section 13, but that's helpful to make sure that members are aware of where these changes are. So we'll certainly take account of that, because you can see at the back of the appendix there is a document tracker in terms of scheme guidance, and we can certainly clarify that so that there is a public record of where these amendments have been made, but their comments are helpful. Thank you, Councillor Hagman.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hagman.
Yeah, I'm on the impact assessment. It takes 2 minutes to update the impact assessment, but it's not been uploaded. I appreciate there maybe wasn't time to amend the papers, but as soon as that was aware, and I know at the previous full council there was a missing impact assessment, and it got uploaded within an hour or so of me highlighting that prior to full council. So yeah, it'd be useful. I'm happy to take the director's reassurance that has been done, and the reassurance that there is no negative impacts on that. But I just think in terms of good governance, we need to be a bit tighter on this going forward. But thank you for the assurances.
Thank you, Councillor Hagman, for those comments. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad Councillor Hagman raised some of those points, because one of my concerns with leaving this as it is, and I'm glad you clarified some points earlier on, is that if we're asking a pupil to stay in a school until the end of term, what impact that's going to have on their mental health if they're leaving because of a breakdown of relationships. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Alison, do you like to take that?
As I said, it's all about the young person there at the core of that, and that's why it's really understanding that we can do it as promptly and as quickly as possible. So that's why there is that chronology, there is the expectation of our head teachers that they are taking the response of the parent, they are then trying to resolve within a quick period. However, we have to say that with young people moving schools, that the best time to move is at the start of the academic year, but absolutely acknowledge that we need to get it right when they do want to move during term time, that we've done our due diligence.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the comments with the impact on the mental health of young children, because that's paramount. Alison, you mentioned in secondary schools that this data is from secondary schools. Have you not looked at primary schools and how many changes there are in young people moving from school to school? Will there be a paper brought back? And also, will that reflect on page 110 and 112? The transport issues. Now, I know this is about, it's not about transport, but with transport being in this paper, in the appendix, for me, I think we need to go back and we need to revisit the school transport, particularly in rural areas, where if parents are, say, working in Stranraer town centre but live rurally and need to set off for work earlier, and the children, I had an incident where 3 children were on the bus route and 1 child was over the age and so was told they couldn't go on the bus, they needed to walk. And the routes on rural roads, there's no pathways, it's not safe for them to walk, so the parent was at her wit's end, and it got to the point where she was then going to have to move 3 children from the local school to Stranraer just so that she could continue going to work, so that she could get them to school. Now, luckily, we managed to alleviate that problem with the bus company. And I know there's the free bus passes, but when there isn't a route, a public bus route, how are we looking at these children so that they can stay in the schools? How are we looking at these individual cases to try and alleviate that problem? And like I say, it'd be good to have a paper on the primary schools and how many children have moved from primary schools and the reasons behind that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Yes, John.
Thanks, Councillor Hill. I think fundamentally the reason that the figures were brought in terms of in front of members is in regards to secondary schools is because that's where we recognised that there was an issue. We found ourselves mediating at times as a directorate to try and understand why at times some of our young people were not actually in education and therefore became more vulnerable, and clearly we needed to do something quite quickly about that, and hence the reason the paper's been brought in front of members this morning. The impact on secondary learners is not necessarily greater, but there's certainly a higher prevalence. And then the issue that follows that is the knock-on effect of the resources that are required, where classes may be set up, for example, in a school which are designed to maximise the amount of teacher time and the amount of teacher resources available, and then another child or 2 children coming into that school can impact on terms of the timetable offer, which means that the other young people in that school are then impacted by the fact that an additional person or young person coming into the school means that there's an additional resource requirement, or there's a requirement to reorganise the classes and the timetable for all the other young people. So that's why we've done a particular focus on secondary. The prevalence is not as high in primary, there's no doubt about that, and therefore we haven't necessarily had to consider that as deeply, but I'm more than happy to do a bit of an analysis and understand what the primary situation looks like and bring either a follow-up paper to committee, or indeed just to circulate that round to members, which might be easier, just to give the comparison figures in terms of what we've seen within the secondary, if that's agreeable. The transport issue is significant. It's significant, and we've already heard that through the conversation earlier on this morning regarding children with additional support needs and the demands that are being placed on the resources that we have available and the network that we have available. And I do believe that sits as part of our wider transport strategy for Dumfries and Galloway Council, and will also sit as part of our work in terms of our school estate strategy to understand where we require to have our schools, what our schools are able to offer, and that full range of curriculum and subject choice for our young people. But parental choice underpins all of the work that we do, and we absolutely we can't not exceed to parental choice when our resources permit, and we cannot be everything to everyone, and we have to have the rules in place which sits within our admissions policy to explain who is and who is not entitled. wherever possible, we will offer grace and favour transport to those young people, but it's not always possible, and therefore parents have to make that decision along with their young people about the consequences of making some of those choices that they wish to make. So we cannot control all of that, but clearly that sits as part of the safeguards for our council, as well as the opportunity that we obviously want to offer the young people. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Does that help, Councillor Hill? Has that answered your question?
Yeah, thank you very much. I do think it would be good to get, like John said there, the numbers in primary are more significant, so I think it would be good to get a paper back to full committee, and it would be good to have a report that sort of analyses whether it does relate to transport issues, and so then it can go into the transport strategy, or it relates to health and wellbeing of children and friendship breaks down, or whether it relates to the school. And so it would be really good if the figures are, higher, to try and find out why these parents are wanting the children to move, what are the issues, and how we can work together to alleviate them with transport, or within the education or with the parent strategy. So I'd really like to see a paper come back on that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Yes, all good points. Thank you. Do we have any further comments or questions? Well, thank you, Alison and John, for your input there. I will now move to recommendations. Members are asked to agree to the updated schools admissions policy and procedure for implementation from January 24 as detailed in section 13 of the appendix. Do we agree? Do we have agreement? Thank you. And we can be assured that that impact assessment will be updated. Thank you. We will now close for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon, members, and we'll now continue with the agenda, and we'll start with item 9. Education and Learning Workforce Plan 2024 to 2028. The report by Director of Skills, Education and Learning. We have Sharon McLean and Kenny Pullen are here to assist if members have any questions. I will open up the meeting to members' debate. Do we have any questions or comments? Councillor Jamieson.
Yeah, thank you. Just getting my head together after lunch. This is really, really welcome piece of work that the director are doing. I'm really encouraged by all the efforts being put into it. So I'm not picking holes in it in any way, shape or form. It's well written and a lot of the things are on the money. The thing I would like to touch on is contracts, short-term contracts, permanent contracts, things like that. Because when speaking to young teachers, as I do occasionally, even beyond probation and also probably just as pertinently learning assistants. With learning assistants, first of all, the contracts can sometimes be confusing. What a temporary contract becomes a permanent contract when they've got rights to a full contract, and the holidays as well. Some of the contracts didn't take any holidays, and from personal experience, my wife got caught in this. She didn't know where she was, so I think that security of contracts, certainty of contracts, really important. I think it's important for two reasons: one, financial security, but also the motivation to train in advance, and that cuts two ways. If you offer people a sort of permanence in a job, then you're more likely to take training, and we get more value out of them in training, sort of thing. So that's one thing that potentially could be clarified, so that we're attracting more people and retaining people, and they don't decide that I can get £15 an hour at Aldi, but I don't get the same job satisfaction. So I think that's something that we could recognise, and I think Hugh and the team have probably, because of some of the instances that's happened, they're probably a wee bit clearer than that. And you've already mentioned induction, and I think that was a bit shaky a year and a half ago, but it seems to be improved a lot, so I welcome that. So, and then on to teachers, I speak to young teachers in probation and just beyond probation, and it's that lack of security in jobs. And quite rightly, it's mentioned in this job, one of the issues is maybe housing. If you've only got a probation's only for a year, and then you've got the other couple of years to get a full contract, and then you're working, where can I get a job? And they maybe offered 2 days in Stranraer and a day in. So that sort of insecurity really preys on folks, so they go for a job elsewhere where they get 5 days a week, sort of thing. So I'm as keen as you are to keep the best talent in Dumfries and Galloway and attract them. So, and the point of what you're doing here is trying to find ways to make Dumfries and Galloway as attractive as it can be, sort of thing. But so I think it's a worthy piece of work, but we actually need to really progress it to attract and retain really good teachers, because I'm a bit of a sports fan, and you're as good as your players, and the players are as good as the management that they get. So we need to attract the best and then keep the best, sort of thing. So I welcome the report, and I look forward to the actions. But these are the things I'm really keen to delve into, is the ability. I know there's national agreements that would get in the road of some things that you want to take an initiative locally, but the more security we can give to these young folk, the more likely we are to train and attract. So is there anything we can do within our powers as a council? I know we can with the LAs, but even with teachers' contracts and things like that, or placements. It's a bit of a broad question, but is there anything that we can do that fits in with this workplace planning?
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. Kenny, do you have any answers to clarify these comments?
Yeah, I'll try and give one or two, please, if that's okay. So thanks for your question there, Councillor. So yeah, I think your point about training, and specifically with learning assistants and those support staff as well made. Now, we've been keen in this report, in this plan, to, there are a couple of instances where we have to mention teachers specifically, but actually in every instance where we can mention the whole workforce, that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're trying to create those pathways, career pathways for people, so that they are inspired to stay and to take on those longer term contracts. I think you mentioned housing as well, and obviously this plan fits in with the wider council's plan about recruiting and retaining to Dumfries and Galloway in general, and a significant piece of work coming out of this will be excuse me, for the identified person to look at the wider council and what options we have across Dumfries and Galloway PLC to make sure that we can get people into the area and work with them on that. Was that your points there? Sorry if I missed anything.
The contract issues I know is confusing learning assistants, and my wife works as a learning assistant at Eastriggs, and there's 4 of them, and none of them, when Fiona explained the complications she had, none of them had much of an idea of where they stood. They just went along with things. You know, if they get paid over the holidays, they get paid over holidays, and some of them did, some of them didn't, and it depended on the contract. I've been in sort of lengthy discussions with Hugh about this in general, about the clarification, but I think that will help as a career pathway to attract people in, because a temporary contract that takes you from, say, August to January, and then January through to August, and then you haven't got a contract. In the allocation process, you don't know you've got a contract till that time. So I think that sense of security will encourage people to stay rather than move on for that security of contract and a wage. Some LAs are fortunate in that they can maybe afford to do the job because they love it, but younger people can't afford to do it because they love it. So it's given them that sense of, this is a job that I can stick in at, develop and have a career in, and even maybe advance themselves. So I think that'll be really important. But, so it's really that contract clarity and anything that we can offer that supports these people. So beyond the LAs, it's the young teachers. How can we? I know of some that may leave the area because they can get a job elsewhere. One young teacher has been offered, I say, 2 days here and 3 days somewhere else, and she can get a job elsewhere 5 days. And I know that's out with our control sometimes, but if we can help folk get 5 days a week, that gives them that sense of, yeah, I can stay here, I can afford to start a mortgage or something like that, that would be a step in the right direction.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Do you want to make any further contacts on that, Kenny?
Yeah, I'll just say, yeah, I think you used the word sort of roadmap there, and I think that's something that we want to communicate better to our staff, is that sort of start of the career, taking you all the way through your career in terms of making it obvious to people where they can go, where they are now, how they get to that next level, what training's available, what opportunities are available. And I think, yeah, a bit of communication around contract paperwork will help people to plan. So we'll take that away to the people team to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, just a quick question. Where under 4, item 4 there, it talks about an ambitious programme, and further down it talks about recruits to every vacant head teacher post. I just wonder what Sean or Kenny's experience of this is, that we've got principal teachers and so forth, but the idea of then taking on a headship and the pressures that come with that really isn't worth the candle. I wonder if you're finding this, that we can't get our principals or younger teachers to come forward and go on that pathway.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Some of the report that Sharon brought to committee back in December 22 was talking about that, and was starting to begin to explore ways on how we support people into head teacher positions. And I think actually John had mentioned in that committee meeting at the time that sometimes it's almost the fear of the unknown that's stopping people taking that next step. So part of our plan is to look for, I suppose, safe ways for our staff, our middle leaders, to get that maybe acting experience, or whether it's 1 day a week or whether it's for a short period of time, to almost sort of dip toe in the water a little bit and let them see that position comes with a lot of rewards, you know, that job satisfaction side of things. It's not all doom and gloom, although it's a difficult job, of course it is, but that actually they have the skills and abilities to do it where maybe they didn't think they had. So that's another part of this plan, is to think about that in terms of what opportunities can we get for our middle leaders to take that step into headship, even temporarily or in a short term.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at page 134, joint recruitment approaches. So it says here, explore collaborative recruitment approaches with other local employers. I guess it depends on what the role or the job is, but my insight tells me that other employers are our competition. So I'm interested if you could maybe expand on what collaborative recruitment approaches would look like.
Thank you, Kenny.
I suppose my thinking, and my colleagues will keep me right here, but my thinking about that wider recruitment to Dumfries and Galloway, I'm thinking about perhaps couples and young families coming down. So perhaps there are two workers coming into Dumfries and Galloway, and so it's not that we're taking somebody out of an office job and putting them in front of a class. It's perhaps someone's coming down to work in the NHS and the partner's coming down to work in the education system. And so, I take your point on board that there's a finite workforce there, but what we're trying to do is to show them that it doesn't have to be two teachers that move into the region for it to be worthwhile. It's that there are opportunities for people who are in different jobs and perhaps could come and take advantage of that.
Is that good enough answer, Councillor Campbell? Did you?
Yeah, that is. Thanks.
Good, thank you. Councillor Lowe?
Thank you, Chair. Page 129, I wonder if we can put a clarification in. We've been talking about the professional development reviews. What about offering opportunities for those who want to progress their careers? So those that maybe want to step up to be head teacher, or from being a class teacher to a principal teacher, and actually saying that that's one thing that we will do, is that we actually want to seek to give people opportunity to develop. But the other one is on page 127. We've got the numbers of staff by the numbers of people. The associated education staff, just wonder, does that cover stuff like cleaners, janitors, kitchen staff? Where do the educational psychologist staff get put in? Are they directorate or are they that? And I'm just wondering if it's possible to have those figures as a percentage of the total spend. So we've got 57% of teachers, but that's probably a fair chunk of budget. What an idea of what the split of budget is across the different type of staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kenny. Would you be able to answer and maybe give an answer to the percentages?
Yes, we can do that. It was Sharon who put all this, so her knowledge of this is very encyclopedic. We can definitely bring some more statistics in terms of how the balance works there. We did debate exactly how we would display this data, because it's not quite the same as, you can't have a teacher and sort of compare that to a learning assistant in terms of time or anything else. So we're happy to take that on board, and we can bring that back in terms of how we present those numbers. I think there was an earlier point just about, again, I think it was in relation to the roadmap. It's that roadmap of how does a classroom teacher then get themselves to being a principal teacher and then to a deputy. Did I get that right there? So that when it comes to our staff, we have a suite of standards that they can aspire to, and it's something that can be worked into their yearly development, their professional learning, so that they can work through. So I had said to Councillor Jemison earlier about that roadmap, and I'm talking for all our education staff, our learning assistants, our clerical staff, teachers. And so what I would like to have mapped out further down is the idea that we can see at a glance how my career might progress in education and how I can go from this stage to this stage. And again, just before what I said earlier, where I am now to where I might want to be, what training's available, what do I need to undertake, what skills and experience would I have. So again, that gives I can have a one-stop shop. Doesn't give all the detail, but it gives that one-stop shop where someone can say, right, where do I want to go and how would I plan to get there?
Maybe if I could just come back, I'm just wondering if it actually needs a sentence in that list to say that one of our ambassadors, somebody coming into the region, knows that they're going to be given those opportunities. So it's stated that we will actually seek to do that as part of our workforce plan.
Happy to take that as feedback. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Director?
Just a small point for clarification. I know that members will be aware that the associated education staff are those who work for education, but clearly our facilities and our catering and our cleaning staff work for economy and resources, so they don't feature within here, but I know they will be encapsulated within the wider Dumfries and Galloway Council HR strategy.
Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions? If we have no further comments, we will move to... Oh, Councillor Hill. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, points raised previously by Councillor Jameson and also Councillor Law with the recruitment and retention, particularly around learning support staff. And it's not just the younger workforce, it's the staff that we already have that have the skills, have the training and have the ability, but are still on supply contracts because they're passionate about the jobs and they'll stay at the school so that they're providing continuity of care to the children that they're working with and the families. How are we retaining them? How are we monitoring how their career could progress? How are we encouraging them? And how are we making sure that after many years of being on a supply list but having breaks in the contract, so not being entitled to a permanent contract, how are we ensuring that we can keep them and we can retain them, especially if they have specialised subjects, BSL being one, autism being another, because we're losing people from the system who do have these qualifications, who have trained, because there isn't permanent contracts and they're needing permanency, they're needing structure, they're needing to know that they can afford, to live, to get mortgages, and they're wanting to stay in the area. They've got families in the area, but those opportunities are not there. So I do welcome this report because it does show that we are moving forward on it. I'd just like to know a bit more about how we're doing that for staff that are on supply, that move around from school to school. How are we making sure that we're giving them a career pathway and that we're appreciating not just the work that they do, the fact that they want to stay. So how are we engaging with them, please?
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Yes, John.
Thank you. And I fully echo the comments that were made, Councillor Hill, and that's exactly the work that we need to, and we are engaging in. We have, through our workforce manager, engaged very closely through a number of focus groups to consider the role of, in particular, learning assistant and what that looks like and what it could look like in the future. The outcomes of that, as I described earlier in the meeting, are still being worked through, and there will be recommendations brought forward in terms of trying to develop the key areas, key recommendations, if you like, about what that potentially look like. Now, without giving too much away, there are obvious areas such as career pathways that needs to be built in somehow. Induction needs to be built in somehow. Financial issue, we cannot escape that. We know that these are some of our lowest paid members of staff, yet they're equally valuable in terms of the resource that they provide and the support they provide to our young people. So it is a balance between ensuring we can continue to provide that high quality, make sure that we've got the opportunity to retain those staff, to train those staff, retain them, and make sure that they are fulfilled in their roles and can see the opportunities that working in Education and Learning Directorate with our young people is what they want to do and want to retain those skills within the Directorate. So that's the work we're on. We don't have all of the answers, and I don't think we will ever have all of the answers, to be quite honest, but we know that these are the general principles we need to continue to address to ensure that we're an employer of choice. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Do we have any further questions, comments? I don't see anyone. I will now move to recommendations. The members are asked to consider and agree the workforce strategy in Appendix 1. Do we have agreement? Thank you to Sharon and Kenny for their attendance today. Thank you. And John. We will now move to item 10, which is the framework for inclusion and the report on the outcomes from the consultation on autism provision and options appraisal for future capital investment, the report by Director of Skills, Education and Learning. Andy Margerison and Jim Brown are here to assist if members have any questions. I will open up the meeting to members' debate. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Chair. It's just regarding on page 145 about option 2 to establish the 2 off-site autism specific centres in Dumfries and Stranraer. I was wondering, has the ongoing revenue spend to take students plus any accompanying care or teaching staff to and from these enhanced centres been calculated and built into financial projections? But also, this region spends considerable funds on providing specific education and care externally. So will some of this proposed capital spend enable any of this cost to be brought back into Dumfries and Galloway?
Thank you, Councillor Little. Yes, Jim.
Absolutely is the answer to the second point. There is the definite possibility. We need to look at case by case, of course, because it's not necessarily the case that any one year is going to be the same as the next year. That idea that we might be able to use the costs associated with the young people you've described there, Councillor, to use for the staff of those two settings, I absolutely agree with that. Just consider as well that those two settings, we are talking about very, very limited numbers of young people. These are not large-scale settings, so that the revenue consideration is comparatively small. These young people will already have staff associated with them in their current settings, so those staff would simply be transferred over. And as you said, if there were young people who have got resource provision allocation, that funding, which is considerable, would then be allocated. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Little. Has that answered your question?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jim. Yes and no. Yes, because, well, yes. And no a little bit because it sounded a bit like a possibility and not a definite. I mean, have the costs been calculated in this projection? I wasn't sure. I mean, you addressed the second part, Jim, but I'm not sure about the first part of the question, which is the ongoing revenue spend to take the students plus accompanying care and teaching staff that we know they'll have to and from the enhanced centres. Is that being calculated in this?
Thank you. The travel costs have not been calculated within this report.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Councillor Little. We'll now go to Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. I really welcome this report. I like the way that it's been wrote. I like the quotes from all the way through it. But what it brings to me is all the way through it. And I know this report is based on the capital investment in the facilities, but it does ring, and I know it does state that something's going to be brought back with the staffing. It rings about the training. It rings true about, all staff being aware of how to approach children who are, have difficulties, who are neurodiverse. So I really enjoyed reading this report. I thought it was very informative. It's really, really interesting looking at the way that it's been collaboratively done with the working group. But I was quite saddened at the fact that because we couldn't get, as an education authority, the waiting list addresses or contacts of the children and families that are waiting on the NDAS list, we couldn't interlink with them to get them to fill out the survey as well. That was a bit disappointing, but I think that, the responses that we got from education, from staff and from families and children, everybody's singing from the same song sheet, which is really, really good. And it's been really recognised and brought forward in this. I'm kind of wondering how many children that we do have in the schools that are on the waiting list, if we could sort of try and find out that information, and sort of when these difficulties and issues have been raised when they're going onto the list, whether it be more primary, whether it be more secondary, so that some intervention can be sort of put in place. And I suppose that will come through more training of staff to be able to identify children who do have additional needs, so that hopefully we can work with the NHS and focus before children do get a diagnosis, because like you say, they don't need one to get this extra support in school. What we do need to, like I say, address is the high quality adults on part 4.36, page 134, it's paramount that, you know, we have highly valued adults around these children, because 60% are indicating that they need those adults, and they also need those quiet spaces to work, to have time out, so that these children are adapted into school and are learning the life skills, and also the children that are around them are learning how these neurodiverse people can interact into society for lifelong learning. So yeah, I look forward to hearing the next part of the report on how the workforce implications are going to be addressed to support the facilities, and I was happy to go with option 2. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Scobie.
Yes, like Councillor Hill, I welcome this report, find it very interesting, and particularly, you know, in 3.1, I didn't realise that due to the lack of suitable premises in Stranraer, dating back to 2013, that was a consideration. So that came as a bit of a surprise. And I think back to, perhaps that was the Stuart Beck days, and I remember Stuart, his ambition was always that we had a centre in every school, so that the child did have their education along with their peers, and that's reflected in 4.48, where while parents and carers felt it was necessary, then they did come down. This view is also matched with the views of parents and carers, with a majority preferring mainstream provision, and that's so that the child does. Because I can think back even before Stuart, when we had the AIRD at Stranraer Academy, and that was for children with autistic or physical disabilities, and they were there from they were 5 till they were 16 with no peer education. So that's why I'm welcoming the report, in particular option 2. But I would like to be kept abreast as a local member, just to what are we thinking about, where are we thinking about it, and whether the facilities are available. And I'm thinking of the buildings, it makes reference to school estate in here, so it'd be interesting to see where the space is and what we can do to develop that, if it's option 2 that's agreed. Because I'm thinking other buildings that we've no longer required and is on the market. So there are buildings available, so it would be good to keep the local members up to speed with the developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. Councillor Brodie.
Thanks, Chair. Just a comment. I think the report's really a positive one. We've now got a really good plan in place for autism provision and providing better conditions for our learners in schools who are affected by that condition. Obviously, we're going to improve spaces in our secondary schools throughout the region, so that children can go to school in the local area. With people with autism can go to school in the local area, and they'll be able to maintain their social networks, keep their friends, etc. And also positive that we would have 2 centres in the region, because at the moment there's quite a number of children affected on the ASD spectrum who have to leave the region. It's difficult for the families, and it's difficult for them because they are isolated from their local communities. So the possibilities in Stranraer and Dumfries makes that possible, that these young people will be able to be educated locally as possible as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brodie. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, convener. I'm looking at the governance of this one. So, I mean, I'm not going to go into the level of detail in the report. Other members have spoken very eloquently in the support of option 2, but we're being asked in 2.3 to approve the further development of the approach outlined in option 2. But as far as I'm aware, we've not agreed that option 2 should be progressed. And, you know, I just want to make sure that we have got the governance correct. Do we need to have an additional recommendation in here that option 2 is the agreed approach of the committee? Because it doesn't say anywhere. And I guess, again, a governance question. I'm conscious that there's a huge strain on our capital budgets going forward. And there has been various, large projects that have gone via full council rather than sat within the service committees, for example, the White Sands being one, the Gypsy Traveller site being another. So why is this capital project being considered solely by the Education Committee and not taken to full council? And so there's 2 points there. One, do we not first of all need to agree a preferred option before we then ask for further reports? And secondly, why is it being considered only by Education Committee when it may have ramifications for the wider capital budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hagman. Director?
Thank you very much, Councillor Hagman, and I think that picks up your earlier point regarding the revenue costs, which are around the transport and the staffing. So this is the outcome of the consultation that we undertook, and really pleased to see this report coming back. But the 2.3 recommendation is to approve the further development of option 2, and I absolutely take your point that whether or not this is the preferred option of this committee would therefore have to go to the relevant capital considerations with the full costing, and that is why we're asking to receive a further report on the proposed option 2, which outlines project details, costings and timescales, which would include that ongoing revenue report. So we haven't got for you today the costs for option 2, but the results of the consultation indicate that that would be our recommendation, but it is at this moment not fully costed, and we're asking for your approval to give us the direction to do that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dorward.
Can I just come back? I do feel it's important that if we're going to be developing one option over another, that we should have a minuted decision that was the preferred option of the committee. So I would press that point and maybe ask you, Chair, when you come to approving the recommendations, to consider that we actually put that in the recommendation. Otherwise, there's no minuted decision as to why we've discounted option 1 and are not developing the costs around option 1. Appreciate everything that the Director has said, but I think in terms of governance it would be good practice to have a really clear decision from this committee that option 2 was the preferred option going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Hagman. Yes, we'll look into that for you. Thank you. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for this comprehensive report. It's really interesting. One, I'd like to look at 4.8, page 137, which says this was first mooted in 2013, which is interesting. It's 11 years ago. And in September 2022, which is less time, members agreed to separate out the monies for this from Dumfries High, but there's no mention of what these monies are and have these monies been ring-fenced. So that's one question, if that's possible. In terms of the options appraisal, 4.40, page 143, it says that numbers have gone up of individuals with ASD from 300 in 2013 to, in 2022, 600, and unpublished data indicates now in excess of 800. I know that assessment levels 1, 2 and 3 mean different needs for different people. I don't know what that means in terms of educational needs, but I'm sure it's, so are we certain that the options that we have, either option 1 or option 2, can cater for the increased numbers in terms of the levels of ASD, the new diagnostic levels of ASD? Are we certain that they can do that in terms of specialist intervention? And also in terms of providing some sort of assurance to individuals with this disorder that life after school will benefit from either option 1 or option 2. And I tend to agree with Councillor Hagman in terms of they're not fully costed. We don't know what they are. We're going to pick an option. Potentially we've been advised to pick an option here that we don't know what the costs are. We don't know what provision will exactly be in terms of numbers, and what numbers will be actually in the centres, or what numbers will be in the schools and the other. So it's quite difficult to make a decision at the moment based on lack of numerical data. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. Yes, Jim?
Yeah, thanks for that, and absolutely right. I think the point about this paper was to bring back to you as soon as possible the outcomes of the consultation process. And if you like, I know you appreciate that, and if you like, our analysis and evaluation of what that information meant, I absolutely accept the fact that we have not said that we're costing it in this paper, and that's what the further paper will describe. The monies were ring-fenced, as I understand it, for this, and the monies will be spent on the two aspects of this option, if it were option 2 that you chose, that being the 2 specialist centres, and then looking at what can be done in our secondary schools to ensure there's a mainstream autism-friendly space there. So I think, yeah, I take your point. You're saying it's not a piece of string where we're trying to guess how long it is. We need a bit more detail. But I suppose I would look to governance and try and understand whether actually we do, or we are able today to make the determination around option 2 so that we can actually get the costings there, or whether we need to do the costings on both options for the next paper. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm assuming when we're talking about repurposing or refurbishing spaces in selected secondary schools, that will be done in line with all the other work that's going on with the school estates, so the schools that are really currently struggling, need rebuilt or whatever, that there's not going to be a space refurbished, that's then going to have to be done again. The other thing I would say is generally I would say option 2, but it's sort of specifically saying identified secondary schools provide an on-site provision. In some cases where a school's been replaced, as with Dalbeattie, we have pupils who are not the most extreme cases, but however have benefited from our rural school settings. And some of those schools are going to become empty or are sitting there empty, as to whether there is consideration that we repurpose maybe some rural school settings, which are not far from the town, to be that provision instead. So where they can't cope with the kind of new schools that are currently being built. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Jim?
Sorry. Again, this is simply our evaluation, and you can see some of the data, but the position made by both parent carers and young people was consistent with the presumption of mainstream. So what we're trying to do here is ensure that wherever in any way possible young people receive their education along with their friends, their peers in their local school, and that was why that second part of option 2 existed, to make sure that what we're not doing is building additional settings for large numbers of young people. What we're doing is making sure that the settings we have, our schools, are have suitably furnished and equipped spaces to make sure young people can continue in those settings, but in the appropriate environments. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Councillor Jamieson.
Yeah, thank you. There's been a lot being said. And I would concur with what Jim said there entirely. I'm looking at page 139, 4.2 and 4.3. 4.2 states that this paper will focus on autistic learners from the standpoint of getting it right for this particular group, but it's beneficial in developing our understanding of meeting of the educational needs of other neurodivergent young people. And in 4.3, I think Jim's point on the presumption of mainstream and inclusivity. Mainstream and the responsibility for change lies primarily with the people around the child, not with the child themselves. And I think that's a really important statement, because inclusion means that these children don't have to change for the school, but the school has to adapt to these young people. So £3.1 million is the capital that's been set aside for a number of years now. It doesn't go a great deal of distance, but if it can supply 2 centres where they have got a higher level of autistic professionalism for the higher level needs of children, I think that's valuable in itself, and we can learn from that across the wider school. What we can benefit from that, I would like to think, is that the learning experience there are employed across the whole of the region, so that the children within the school mainstream are getting the benefit of some of the outcomes that are learned from these particular areas. So I'm really supportive, and I think the consultation was excellent. It targeted the right people. I went along to one, and I learned a lot from people that are affected by it. The one thing I would stress again is that diagnosis, in my view, is important. My boy's autistic, and he went through a number of years thinking he was just very anxious, and he's now in his final year at university because he knows he's got autism, and the university knows he's got autism. So he doesn't get special attention, but he gets specific attention. So that learning should be really important in the mainstream of school, so that autistic children do get the benefit of diagnosis, and even if they've just got the symptoms, they can be treated as if they were autistic. But as we all know, one autistic person is different to the next autistic person, so it's really empowering our professionals in schools and having a specific area for people with severe autistic difficulties. So in terms of the choice, my preference is the second one, because 3.1 million doesn't go an awful lot of distance. It's capital. But if we can get 2 centres that are really effective, then it's a starting point. Just to repeat, what I would like to see and get confirmation of is that we can work with NHS and get diagnosis at an earlier stage, and that each child has their own personal path that the school can adopt to rather than the child adopts to the school. If you can, that's the 2 specific questions. One is we need that support in schools, and second, it needs to be particular to that individual child.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. Did we have an actual question there? A proper...
Yeah, I gave him 2 questions.
Yes.
One is...
Jim, yeah.
I think I'm in agreement with you, Councillor. So the first one is we are making the environment of the schools meet the needs of the child rather than the other way around. So you're absolutely right. If the question was, is your reading of that correct? Yes, that's the intention, to ensure that the environment, which and Andy can speak far more compellingly than I can about this, but that the environment has to be appropriate for those young people, and in some cases now it isn't. And so that's the point about ensuring the mainstream settings are improved. And the second point, Councillor?
This has been a long bugbear, and I don't want to wind Willie Scooby up because he'll just start again, is as early diagnosis as possible of children with autistic, because we know teachers and other educators, other specialists can identify children that have got symptoms of autism, but if they get the label, it does help. I know that sounds a bit cheap, but if they get a label, it helps. It helps the parents, it helps the child, and it helps the people that are working with them to know that autism has been diagnosed at whatever level.
I agree. And you'll be aware, we had Fiona Payton from the NHS at this committee, I believe this committee or full council, some months ago, reporting on those diagnosis rates. You'll be aware that the NHS have got a new diagnosis tool now, or process at least, and you'll see that the fact that but numbers of diagnosed young people are significantly higher now than they ever have been. So whilst I can't speak obviously at all to processes and outcomes that happen with NHS, I accept the general point that you're making, that the fact of having a diagnosis can be extremely helpful. Having said which, as is written in the report, that diagnosis does not, or the presence or otherwise of that diagnosis does not preclude a child from being having their needs met as we see them present. But thank you for the point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jameson. Councillor Dashper.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I've been listening very intently to this discussion with interest. I think that I'm a little bit concerned that we've maybe got the cart before the horse, that we've maybe got this backwards a little bit. I think that we need to, while option 2 is a preference, and I understand that and agree with that, I think that we should explore all options, get all the information so that we can make a fair and informed decision on the first hand. So I'd like to propose that as an alternative. Thank you, that we explore both options in terms of the fiscal and governance effects. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dashper. I think we have already got that in the recommendations. We have changed one of the recommendations to cover that, both options. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks, Chair. I actually quite agree with what Councillor Dorward and Councillor Dashper have said. I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse here. And one of the concerns I have is that on 4.5 on page 145, we've got the spaces within the school. The spaces would not have additional allocation provision. Now we know that some schools are a bit too small and are at capacity just now, so where is this space coming from, and do we actually have the right amount of staffing? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stephen. Yes, Jim?
In terms of those settings, it's a different point to the one that was originally made by notes, Councillor Hagman. Teachers of additional support for learning were disaggregated to schools a decade ago. So those staff exist, and every secondary school will have staff who are targeted at meeting the needs of young people with additional support needs, not just staff, but teachers specifically. So those staff are already in those settings. So in terms, I think you used the word resource, or I don't know which one, but to me, both the space, the physical space, and the people who would then be leading the learning. So in terms of the staffing within secondary schools, that is already in place. This is about specifically making sure the locations, the environments, the rooms are appropriate. In terms of those rooms, I believe it's only one of our schools, that actually secondary schools, that is at that position of being at or being anywhere near capacity. So it might be different in primary schools, but in secondary schools, we do. I mean, Lauren will be better to speak. Oh, you are there, Lauren. There we go. So perhaps I should pass over to Lauren as he is sat next to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. I think it's an interesting discussion, and I think there are opportunities and ways that we can look at this maybe through a slightly different lens. I'm latching on to the statement around fitting the resource around the child and not the other way around, and maybe we need to consider that from the capital's perspective as well. And whilst there is a budget defined historically, and that's been through this committee and that's been agreed, what that ends up doing is we have a pot of funding, we can build this, let's put the children within that model. Maybe we need to take a step back and do it in a different direction. As a council, we're moving towards a position where we have a revised capital investment process and a capital investment project board, which takes an overarching view around all capital investment projects, and potentially maybe there's an option where we consider what our request is. It goes through a gateway review process, and then the appropriate resource is allocated to that. So in essence, the number, the capital number, doesn't become the hurdle or the challenge on this. So that would be my thoughts at this stage on that side of it. In terms of capacity across our estate, whether that's within secondary, primary, wherever the locations may be, we know we've got a falling pupil roll. We know that we see the capacity availability with our school estate. You know, in January, December time, we bring a capacity paper forward, and we can see where there are absolutely opportunities. We want to ensure that we have an efficient and value for money school estate that maximises the spaces that we've got, and we absolutely have the opportunity to kit out, for want of a better phrase, loads of different spaces within our secondary schools if they are deemed as the right locations to do this in. I think there's a level of mapping required to see where the need is most, and then I'm absolutely sure and confident that we'd be able to find the right spaces within the school estates from the first perspective, but then also within the wider council asset portfolio that's out there. So I think in combination across those, we have the spaces that can absolutely make a difference and bring a solution to what the identified need is when we get that detail.
Thank you. Is that, yeah, thank you. We will now move, are there any further questions or comments? Yes, Councillor Dorward.
I'm not quite sure what the arrangements have been in terms of what I raised in terms of my concerns, or the Labour Group's concerns, in terms of lack of numerical data, in terms of informed decision making. This committee has got a really important job to do in terms of the options here. And I don't think there's enough information to decide on options at the moment, unfortunately. Sorry about the report writers. I do think this report has to come back with more numerical information before we make a decision. So I would move that, unless it's part of the recommendations. I'm not sure I haven't been advised of that, Chair, so could you advise, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodd. We have considered the recommendations, and Tracy will tell you what we have considered for 3 and 4.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, taking on board members' comments today, I've came forward with some wording that for members to consider. So, members, I don't think we would change 2.1 and 2.2 would remain the same, but to replace 2.3 and 2.4, from what I've heard from members today, they would note the recommendation put forward by officers to progress with option 2, but in order to consider both options fully, would agree for a report to be brought back to this committee outlining full project details, costing and timescales for both options 1 and 2.
Does that meet with approval? Thank you. There are no further comments or questions. We'll move to recommendations. Our recommendations are to note the background information provided relating to the current position regarding autism provision in Dumfries and Galloway as detailed in paragraph 3.1. 2. Consider the outcomes from the consultation in the context of the demographics and distribution of autistic children and young people in Dumfries and Galloway, relevant data, statutory requirements and current national and research findings as detailed in paragraphs 4.1 to 4.39. We have now considered recommendations to take 3 and 4, and we'll note the recommendation put forward by options to progress with option 2, but in order to consider both options fully, agree for a report to be brought back to this committee outlining full project details, costings and timescales for both options 1 and 2. Oh. Before we agree the recommendations, Councillor Hill has come in. Thank you. Councillor Hill?
Thank you, Chair. Could we have a timescale on that? Because obviously with considering the costings for both options, these facilities are needed with the amount of children that we're seeing with these difficulties. So it would be really good to try and get some sort of timescale if that's possible. I know it's going to take in a lot more consideration having both options, but it would be good just to have some sort of timescale, please.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Director?
Thank you. I'm listening to the conversation, and I'm also conscious that we're moving towards a new capital investment project board arrangement, and therefore the Gateway 1 review would be required to go through this process, and I think that would give members the assurance that we have the correct governance. And as such, I can't give a defined timescale because the capital investment programme arrangements would therefore have to be followed. But it's right to get the right answer, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Jamieson, did you want to come back in?
Yeah, just with reference to the ongoing discussions on finances going forward, I think I support this 3.1 million has been sitting there for a while and it's been earmarked for autism. I wouldn't like to see that risked by some delay in defining just how much it's going to cost to compare the options. So I realise the importance of comparing both, and I tend to agree that we need to make a decision based on a bit more information. But what I'm concerned about is that £3.1 million is lost, which could be under threat with all the discussions we're going on with capital investments and regarding the council funding. So I would say it's a risk that I would be concerned about.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. We will now, if we can go back to the recommendations, if we can note 1, consider 2, and put 3 and 4 as our new recommendation to receive. To note the recommendations, I will go through again. Put forward by options to progress with option 2, but in order to consider both options fully, agree for a report to be brought back to this committee outlining full project details, costings and timescales for both options 1 and 2. Do we have agreement? Thank you. We will now move to item 11, Framework for Inclusion, Learning Assistant Staffing Exercise and Supporting Learners Service. Report by Director of Skills, Education and Learning. Hugh Smith and Jim Brown are here to assist members have any questions. I will open up the meeting to members' debate. Do we have any questions? Councillor Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome this report. It goes into some detail, but in my opinion, the moderations do need added to when we come to that. And it's really for us as members to make sure that we get it right for every child. And I think that's the important part. I do recognise the difficulties that the officers have in delivering for additional support needs in what is an inadequate budget with some almost £500,000 of an overspend projected. So that's why I say we've got our role to play in making sure that this budget is sufficient to deliver these challenges so that we do get it right for every child. I'm looking at 4.3 in the report, where it says moderation of the identification of additional support needs is crucial, and I couldn't agree more, or critical rather, and I couldn't agree more with that statement. In terms of consistency, fairness and accuracy in identifying and addressing diverse barriers in learning, yep. It's really this part in terms of fairness, accuracy, identifying, where it goes on to say the process of moderation helps to standardise the evaluation process, reduce potential biases and ensures that schools receive an equitable level of support tailored to their needs. It's just that word in there, equitable, because, you know, in my opinion, I think it's well documented that the money should follow, the resource should follow the child. So I'm not sure that it should be equitable across the piece. It should be for the needs of each of the schools. And it's just clarification on that one word there. I look at, when you look at 4.3 and then you consider it against 4.4, I think that's why we've got 56%, which is more than half of our school estates that can request a review or receive extra support in hours, because the equity to this may be different from school to school. So that's the clarity that I seek there. And by the sheer nature that 56% of schools go for a review shows that there is a need for more support in the schools for additional support needs. I turn to page 1, I think it's 168, 4.10.1 on 168. Yeah, under that paragraph, they systematically oversee the determination of how much additional support can be provided within the constraints of the predetermined budget. When I look at what, you know, the legal position is, and it's quite clear that the legislation does not account for budget constraints, but it exposes the risk of judicial challenge through the first year tribunal of Scotland's Education and Additional Support. So there's a quite slight, or to me, there is a huge contradiction, and it's not consistent with the legislation that the individual should be assessed, not only assessed, but, you know, and it does refer to in the moderation on page 178 under item 5, agreed fixed hours of children with needs met at stage 4 in mainstream. There are also children in stage 3 that could require that support and to identify their hours. There is also, and it doesn't seem to recognise, the coordinated support plan in terms of that coordination. And it may not be for us to deliver all the hours that are needed to support that child, but it could be health, it could be anywhere. So we do need, not just in stage 4, but also in stage 3. But we've got to identify how many hours are needed, who's going to deliver those, and that must be a prerequisite so that we do know what each child needs and it's for the school to deliver it, rather than a budget set to the school and then it's for the head teacher to try and manage that, where you could be robbing Peter to pay Paul and vice versa. So I think that each of the documents in the modification should identify the number of hours that a child needs in that additional support and where those are to be delivered from or by. So I think that's what I'm saying about the additions to the modifications. One, to clarify that equity, and two, to recognise that. I think it's on page, on the appendix 1 of the moderation principles, page 173, and I think this is contradictory. As all assessment procedures and decisions are made to legal and ethical standards and address confidentiality issues, and it's that slightly, contradicts. If we are keeping to budget constraints, then contradicts the legal position, and we need that totally clarified, or we will have more and more parents making their way to the first tier of the education tribunal, which puts this authority at risk. And I don't think that's a position that I would hope the Education Committee would want to get itself into. I'd rather follow the legal route and to adequately provide for all the children, but the resources follow the child, rather than set the budget for each school and then try to work out then how the head teacher delivers for their needs. So in those remarks, Chair, I would hope, welcome the report, but we need those modifications again added to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. Hugh, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Scobie. I'll try and run through the points that you made, and I'm pleased that you welcome the report. And I would just want to state that I've not come across anybody in my service or working in schools that doesn't want to get it right for every child. And it's good that you recognise the challenges. I suppose in terms of the equity, the purpose of moderation is to make sure that a child with a level of need in Stranraer is getting an equivalent level of support as a child with a similar level of needs as in Langham. At the moment, we're not there, and that's part of the challenge in terms of equity. So at the moment, when we look at schools reporting children with additional support needs in their school roll, we range from schools with 60 to 80% of their children down to schools with 26% of their children. So we are looking at, we're needing to try and get more consistency in terms of reporting, because that's not simply a better identification. That is that we're not using a consistent model, and that's what stages of intervention is about. It's trying to be consistent about the children and understanding what level of needs are. Currently, we have nearly 40% of our children identified across the piece. So you can see within that 80 and 26 top and bottom, we've got a significant range of schools to arrive at that. So I can't sit here and say we have consistency in terms of the identification at the moment, and that's what we're trying to do with stages. And I guess that's what our focus is in terms of equity, is making sure that we work to the same model, so that when supports are needed, that it's equitably distributed across the piece for those children. I'd go to your last point next, I suppose, and just talk about moderation versus budget. And the purpose of the proposal to this committee is to separate those two processes out. We work to a finite budget, which is ultimately set by elected members, but the moderation process is about capturing the level of need that's out there. And what we do indicate in the report that the oversight group would effectively bring a report back, which would be able to present to members if there is unmet need out there. And on any given day, there will be unmet need that's out there. That's the reality, because the time in terms of adjusting and understanding need, and it's never a fixed point. We have an allocation process which is a fixed point, but actually needs change constantly. And we should always be trying to build the capacity of our children and young people to be able to learn independently and not be dependent upon additional adults and learning assistants specifically. So I suppose to me there is always that tension between budget and moderation, but that's why we've talked about trying to separate that out to give members the opportunity to see there are two processes at play here. In terms of I'm trying to read my notes here, the predetermined budget, I think I've talked about those. Stage 3 and Stage 4, we would start at Stage 4 because these are our most vulnerable children. And we're acknowledging that they are both in our schools, in our mainstream classes, but predominantly they are in our learning centres and inclusion bases. So we start and make sure that we've captured them, and that would include children with coordinated support plans, absolutely. And so once we have them, we then start looking at our next group of children, which would be our Stage 3. This is simply for us to be able to manage the process of the numbers of children that we're dealing with. We are conscious that Stage 3 is a likely stage where there's a lot of children. There's going to be a lot of analysis and also the range, and again, probably in terms of the equity of analysis of need, means that there will be children with very significant different needs and support requirements sitting in that Stage 3. So that's where we're going to have to do a lot of work. But I'd want to reassure you that we wouldn't be saying, well, we've done the Stage 4 children who are at a Stage 4 level of need, and then that's us done. We then have to look at Stage 3. So it is capturing all of that information and being able to be clear with this is the position. I do worry, and we've had this conversation a number of times, both in committee and out, with the concept of every child should have a fixed amount of support, because what happens is that child's needs change, and actually other children's needs change as well, and the circumstances change. But what we find ourselves in then is we get very quickly into a dispute with parents often about, well, my child was said at that point in time that they should have this amount of support. Why have they not still got that amount of support? Well, it's because the professionals that provide your child's education and understand your child's educational needs and support needs have made a view that they don't maybe need so much. Or in reality is they may say that they need more as well. So that fixed idea is a real risk. There's a massive risk there in terms of that it doesn't address the need, the flexibility, or the shifting understanding of needs. And we have children's plans, and we have IEPs, individual education plans, and we have coordinated support plans. That's where we should be capturing where that level of need is and what that support should be. Though, again, we prefer not to be too specific about saying child needs X, because some of these plans are annually reviewed, like a coordinated support plan, and it becomes a fixed point as opposed to that child's needs may increase because circumstances or their child's needs may decrease. I'm thinking I've covered most of your points, Councillor Scobie. No, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Who did you want to come back in again,
please.
Councillor Scobie?
I'm grateful for the explanation, particularly around what this equity, and it's to be consistent. I'm pleased to hear that. But consistency comes with assessment and the proper assessment. And Hugh knows, and again, he mentions capturing level of need. And we have head teachers, I could give you an example where one has assessed and applied for 20 hours, yet only 10 hours has been offered, where the head teacher has assessed and others have assessed it at 20. So again, there is a dispute there. And it may have to go to first tier tribunal to establish who's right and who's wrong if it gets that far. So it is about the proper assessment, not only in stage 4 but also stage 3, because they're all in the same process. So it's getting that so that we know that the resource, the funding will follow the child. And Hugh's right, that could change. It could change at any time. The coordinated support plan has a statutory review at the end of each year. And then any dispute on that can be rectified there, or hopefully rectified there. But if it needs a review, it can be reviewed at any time. And I would hope that the IEPs, the child plan and everything else can follow the same course, that it can be reviewed at any time with the parent involvement, so that, you know, the professionals can say, because it's not about a fixed level of support, because the support is there to improve the child and getting it right for that child. So it could change, and hopefully it would change. So it's that how we do reviews is also crucial in modification, in how we review, but recognising each of the independent education plan, child plan, coordinated support plan. We've got to recognise them all and take the parent with us for that child, because that's the most important thing to them, is their child. And that's why I'm saying we've got to get it right at assessment, but it can't be, you know, but here's a budget so you, for a head teacher to support. That's why I'm pleased to see the report coming forward, but we need the budget to follow that in terms of what's being assessed for each of these children, so that we do get it right for every child. So thanks for that, Hugh.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. The Director, did you want to say something?
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. I just thought I would come in support of the officers. Clearly, this report was considered at the previous committee and again is here today. And I would draw members' attention to 4.17, which highlights the financial pressure on the service and the duties of officers to work within their budgets and the expectations that officers work within their budgets. And this is, I think, a very well thought through piece of work in order to make best use of the budget that we have, and I commend the officers for doing that, if I may do that from this table. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, there's not any inferred criticism of officers, you know, that, and I think I said that at the beginning, because if they're given an inadequate budget, then they're starting away from a difficult point. So it's really for us to play a part and set the proper budget. But we need the information in terms of proper assessment so that we know we are fixing the correct budget, rather than the other way around, as we are working to just now. And it is totally inadequate for delivering for every child.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. Councillor Hagman. Councillor Hagman.
Yes, yeah, apologies. I'm trying to get my device to work. No, thanks for the report. I think, I mean, it's such an important topic, and, you know, I appreciate there's been a huge amount of work. I like to look at the background papers of this, and you can see there's a whole host of background papers and work being carried out. And certainly, and if my figures are correct, and don't maybe quote me on this, but I understand that, you know, the diagnosis of children, young people with additional needs, has actually gone from around 6.5% in 2009 up to 37% today. So, you know, clearly there has been an increased need, and we must be doing more. I think in terms of my questions, I've got two. First of all, I'm aware that COSLA is working with Scottish Government and taking forward pieces of work nationally. And certainly, I know the Chair, Vice Chair of committee, yourself on there, have opportunities to attend the Children and Young People's Board. What input are we feeding in nationally to that board? It'd be really useful to ensure that what we're doing locally is tying in with the work nationally. So obviously the Children's and Young People's Thematic Board meets regularly. Are we getting updates? And if so, can we maybe share with the committee what updates are coming via that form? And if we want to feed in maybe our experience or ask for a piece of further work to be done nationally to support our work, that we're using all the vehicles possible. So that's my first point. My second point really goes to the Appendix 2, and we've got the draft terms of reference to agree. And I really appreciate Hugh's comments there that, you know, he made reference that the group would bring back recommendations to this committee, but there's nothing in that terms of reference that states that. So my comments would be, do we need to put somewhere, whether it's in the responsibilities or the purpose, a clear statement that this is not a decision-making group, and that it may bring recommendations back to the relevant Dumfries and Galloway Council Committee? just so that we're really clear that they may not, that it's not a group that's going to be making decisions themselves, but bring back recommendations. And certainly in terms of the composition of the group, there's relevant council officers for finance, school management, no issue with that. And partnership agencies, no issue with that. Importantly, it's got parents and carers and children's representatives. And then it's got integration and inclusion managers. There's nothing in there with any representation from learning assistants that are actually on the ground delivering key support to our young people. Now, I don't know how that would be drawn, but I do think it's important that we hear direct from our learning assistants who are in the learning environment and not maybe just from management. So I would be really interested to hear from officials how we could perhaps capture some of that lived experience to bring into a wider understanding of the concerns being raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hagman. There's quite a few things in there to do with the Children's Board and Committee and sharing. Would anyone like to take any of this? Thank you, Hugh.
Thank you, Chair. I'll give it a go. I must admit, most of my engagement through the National Improvement Agenda around additional support for learning is through ADES, and there's an ADES Additional Support Network meeting which meets monthly, due to meet tomorrow in fact, and ADES is well represented around the tables of most of the forums in terms of ultimately looking at the implementation of the Morgan report as was. So that would be the focus that I would have in terms of it, and there is a lot of discussion that we are rehearsing discussions that are taking place across Scotland in terms of the challenges. And I think we've reported that previously to members, that we are seeing a similar pattern across the piece. And I would just say to Councillor Hagman that we're now, latest census is 39.35% of our children with additional support needs. So we've gone up again year on year. That's about a 2 and a bit percentage increase. And again, that's being nationally reflected as well. So I don't know if colleagues have got any further on the national boards.
Jim, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Nothing on the national boards. It's the ADES forum that Hugh and I both are part of. Just in terms of the recommendation, I think to reflect that it's not a decision-making group is, I think, a wise amendment, and I'm grateful for that suggestion. Recommendations, I'm not entirely sure about, but I take the first point absolutely. And I mean, whether we've got agreement to do that, I'm perfectly open to that myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. And with regard to the COSLA board, certainly Children and Young People board papers come out for comment, and we will certainly advise, and officers have sight of the work plans of the Children and Young People's board. But if there's more that we can do to perhaps influence that agenda, I'm certainly happy to be advised. We tend to be quite reactive, but we're in leaders and chairs' hands in terms of the work that comes forward for the work plan. Thank you, Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any further?
Can I just come
Councillor
back?
Hagman.
Yeah, no, appreciate this. Thank you. No, I appreciate the opportunity to come back. I think in terms of the thematic boards, and it's perhaps a question to be raised across all committees, that where there has been relevant work done at a national level and we're feeding in via thematic boards, whether that can be included as background papers to give a greater understanding to members of the wider implications. So I guess, I could ask that possibly on every single item across every single committee. You'll be relieved to know I won't, but I would maybe just ask that is considered for future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hagman. We'll certainly take that into consideration. Thank you. Councillor Jamieson.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I'll be as quick as I can because there's been a lot of words talked here. On the equitable thing, I understood it quite correctly that it's fairness across all schools. But what I would like to ask is, I've mentioned this before, and it's a play on words if you like, but equitable could be equally bad and equally good. I would love to see the word equitable and of the required standard, something of that. I know it's implied, but it's important that if there's only so much to go around, we share it out fairly, but it might not deliver the job. So I would appreciate if something that reflected we'll do it to the best of our ability or the required level that the person needs. I'm not going to down a ditch over that, but I think it's important. As far as the recommendations are concerned, and I'm very comfortable with them, I think separating moderation with the allocation is entirely sensible, and it's something probably we should have thought before, because the moderation can be done without any constrictions on finance. They can just identify the needs, and then ultimately it becomes down to us to find the money if we need more money, because there's always this question of need meeting the budget or the budget meeting the need. So we need to be sure of what is the need and what sort of financial restrictions we're under and how the politicians can prioritise that money. I would obviously argue that we need to meet the needs. So as far as the oversights group, I know that one of the discussions at the last meeting was should there be political presence in that. Having thought about it deeply, I don't think you need us getting involved with that. And we know that you'll report back to us consistently. So my opinion on that is we don't need political membership. We've all got our jobs to do. You know the ins and outs and the practicalities, the professionalism. We know kind of what we want, but we don't need I don't think we need another layer of politicians involved in that group. So I think that's my opinion. My last comments would be reference to page 170, the implications and risk. And I'm really pleased that these are actually been identified, because I read the Education Act a few months ago for different reasons, and it really drew me towards the responsibility that we have and the officials have, and how we need to both understand the responsibilities. But in addition to that, I don't think we need to get even anywhere close to that, because we should be delivered. We should feel no threat from these legal obligations. The financial obligations, we need the information. What is the need? And as politicians, we need to say, can we supply that? The legal one, yeah, we need to be aware of that, and I know Jim has put a bit of work into that just now, so we need to be aware of it, but we should be able to rise above that. The workforce risk is a really important one, because motivation, all that sort of stuff is so important to deliver in this kind of work. You need staff that are not knackered, that they're worthy of the job, etc., etc. So all these things are really important. So to go back to the recommendations, I'm comfortable with all of them, and I'll be keen to see the outcomes of all that, because it's based on a heck of a lot of work in the last 18 months, and we need to actually see it being put into action.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be succinct. It was one of the requests of the Labour Group that this paper was brought back to the committee, and thank you, Hugh, for all the hard work that you've done in terms of revising and providing a much, from our perspective, much clearer document, and we're fully in agreement with the recommendations set out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, I want to indulge me, Chair. I'm just looking at, and I hear what George is saying, what is the need? I think we've got to identify the need, so we know, because on page 175, if we look at the ESL resource group, is an operating group to establish two. In 1.1 there, it says systematically oversee the determination how much additional support can be provided within the constraints, and it's that word constraints, of the predetermined budget. So I think for us to set the budget, we've got to know what the need is. So it's important, perhaps that should be modified slightly. And similar to 3 in that same page, under bullet point 3, understanding the available budget for additional support. I think it's, the chicken and egg. I believe we should know what the assessed needs, recognising that can change as children come on and they may be identified. And it wouldn't be right to have a floating budget. But we've got to know what the needs are, so we know what we're setting the budget at, and it's for us to play our part in setting that budget. So there's a slight concern in both these parts here in terms of agreeing this, because it could be led, then it's a budget that's led by constraint rather than one that delivers for need. So that's why on that paragraph, and it's the same before we adopt it as the recommendation as in 2.4 to consider the terms of reference. We need, I would say that needs to be modified or rectified as to what the actual meaning of this is.
If I may just come in first, I think because it was important that the terms of reference is agreed by the group at the first meeting. Members are not being asked to agree that today, but absolutely take on board your comments about and influencing this, and we could look at a form of words at the first meeting where that identification of needs, and always identification of need is not about the hours of classroom assistance. I think we do become quite focused on that. However, the identification of need in its widest sense, we could certainly ensure this is a resource group, but we should certainly take account of your comments for the first meeting of the group. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Scobie. If there are no further questions or comments, I don't see anyone with a hand up. I will move to the recommendations. Members are asked to agree the disaggregation of the moderation and staffing allocation processes for the Learning Assistant Staffing Exercise 2024 to 25. 2. Consider the revised moderation principles document Appendix 1 and the proposed moderation plan for 24 to 25. 3. Agree to the establishment of an operational additional support for learning resource group to provide a check and balance for the operational decisions to deliver the 2024 to 25 Learning Assistant Staffing Exercise. And 4. Consider the draft terms of reference for the group in Appendix 2 to be considered and agreed by the additional support for Learning Resource Group at their first meeting. 5. Agree to continuing with the current level of member-led strategic oversight of additional support for learning provision in the context of existing members' scrutiny, responsibilities through committee and leadership panel, and the available officer capacity to service an additional level of scrutiny. And 6. Note the supporting learner service profiles in Appendix 5 and the current budget pressure and escalation for mitigation as detailed in paragraphs 4.17. Do we agree 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 and note 6? Councillor Scobie.
Yeah. It's just on 2.4 where consider the draft terms of reference and taking into consideration the remarks made by Gillian, the director, that we get sight of what is the final document. If it's classified as a final document, that we get seeing that before anything's signed off.
Sorry, when you said you get a say in that, no. I think
we get to see it.
We get to see it. My apologies. Yes, of course, and I think it is important that the group then decide what they have the power to agree in within their terms of reference, and then we can certainly bring that back. Sorry, Councillor Scobie, I misheard you.
Thank you, Director. I'll go back to the recommendations. Do we agree 1, 2, 3 and 4 and note 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 and note 6? Do we agree? Yes. Thank you. We'll now move to item 12. This is Dumfries Learning Town Phase 2 Update Report for the Dumfries High School, report by Director of Skills, Education and Learning. And we have Lauren Foss, John Thin and Neil McIntyre are here to assist if members have any questions. I will open up the meeting to members' debate. Councillor Stitt.
It's probably nothing to do with this item today, but mine's at the meeting in November. Have you got the answer? That's fine. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Stitt. Yeah, I've done my homework. So out of the 11 projects that received LEAP 3 funding, there's actually technically 10 because one of them is an amalgamation of two facilities coming together. 4 are based on condition, 3 are based on ASN provision, there's 1 new campus, and there are 3 from a capacity perspective. So the ones that technically don't tick the condition element, so they're not condition C or D, they're where there's a requirement to increase the school capacity. So that's why they've been a preference option coming through. I think what is also, I'm absolutely sure, part of the decision-making process, out of those 11 projects, 8 of them are in local authorities that don't have a LEAP 1 or 2 project. So I'm sure that would have been a factor in decision making. But in terms of the logic and the justification behind the projects chosen, that's the answer coming from the Scottish Future Trust on those areas.
Thanks for that, Lan. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Stitt. Do we have any further questions or comments? I don't see any hands or anyone. Thank you. Well, now, if that's the case, we'll now move to, sorry?
The video?
Thank you. Yes, Chair, just to say that we do have the fly-through for the internal and external elements of the proposal, so it'd be, if members wish to watch that, we've got that ready.
Thank you. Sorry to miss that. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Jamieson.
Just a quick question. It's not a trick question at all, but given we're talking about autism, is how much effort was put into making it accommodating for people with autistic symptoms like noise, crowds, things like that?
I think that was one of the challenges we set through the authority construction requirements. Absolutely, any enhancement that improves the environment from an autistic perspective improves the environment for everybody. So there are some key targets, some key actions, some key tasks within the design element that our architects, well, our external architects, Ryder Architecture, took forward and pulled on national intelligence to help design that. So things like colour palette, the acoustic baffling, all these elements are factored into that as best as possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jameson. Do we have any further questions? Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, and thank you very much for showing that run through. That looks fantastic. What a difference, to put it bluntly. Just 4.3 on page 194. Lauren, you spoke very eloquently about checks and balances now put in terms of contractual work and building work. I suppose the same thing applies to this in terms of the LEAP funding, which is based on the fact that we meet the criteria. So do we have, to all intents and purposes, of reasonable and practical surety that we will be doing everything we can to make sure that we meet the criteria in order to get that funding back, basically? Thank you.
Absolutely, and that's critical, absolutely critical, to make sure that we attract the highest level of revenue funding support over the 25-year period, and we have to do that. The funding criteria, there's 4 of them. Two I would suggest are incredibly easy to meet. One is about being digitally connected, so we have that in place. That's a sort of tick box almost. And then there's the economic growth element, which is around the number of new jobs created through this project opportunity. Again, that's in place, and that's a fairly easy one to deliver on. The two slightly more challenging ones are around the energy efficiency of the facility. We have done an extensive, really in-depth level of modelling around, down to how many children will be charging mobile phones, to how many staff rooms will have toasters, and all of these elements that have an electrical loading consequence. They're all put into the process to calculate the correct level of insulation and energy performances within the building, so that we're within the A category to be compliant with the criteria. And the last one is about the condition of the building. We have to maintain that building in condition A or B for the duration of the 25 years. We are having early discussions around how we do that, and there is a suggestion that there's almost a sinking fund out of the revenue drawdown that is set aside specifically for the high school to ensure that we can meet that criteria. And we know that our revenue repairs budgets are always under incredible pressure, but we need to protect the income generation, I guess, if you like, for one of a better phrase, around the revenue stream that comes down for this. So the one that we really have least control over are those last two, but the ones that I'm confident that we've got controls in place to make sure that we attract the highest level of funding.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. Do we have any further questions? I don't see any hands. In that case, we'll move to recommendations. Members are asked to note the information in relation to the financial position of the Dumfries High School project as detailed in section 4.1 to 4.4. 2. Agree that the financial gap information and request for additional capital allocation is taken forward to Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee on the 8th of February 2024. And 3. Note the fly-through presentation as shared with members and detailed in section 4.5. Do we note 1, agree 2 and note 3? Thank you. As there is any other business, I have not been notified of any urgent business, so the meeting is now closed, and our next meeting date is Thursday, the 14th of March 2024. Thank you. Thank you for all your attendance. Thank you.